Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight I've gathered some relationship chaos stories. So grab whatever, get comfortable, and let's get straight into our first story. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. That's what I kept telling myself for months while she talked about Marcus non-stop. How he helped her with form, how he spotted her during heavy lifts, how they grabbed protein shakes after workouts. It all seemed innocent enough until I actually saw the texts. I'm 28 and I'd been dating Sarah for almost 2 years. We met through mutual friends at a barbecue and hit it off immediately. She was into fitness, which I appreciated even though I wasn't exactly hitting the gym 6 days a week like she was. Sarah would wake up at 5 in the morning to make her classes, and I respected the dedication. When she started mentioning Marcus about 6 months into our relationship, I didn't think much of it. Gyms are social places. People make friends. That's normal. But then Marcus became a constant presence in our conversations. Marcus said this about deadlifts. Marcus recommended that supplement. Marcus thinks I should try a new program. I started noticing she'd check her phone more during dinner, always explaining it was just gym people coordinating schedules. She'd laugh at messages, and when I'd ask what was funny, she'd say it was an inside joke from the gym crowd. The real problem started when her gym sessions got longer. What used to be an hour became 2 hours, then 3. She'd come home later and later, always with the same explanation about staying to help Marcus with his routine, or him helping her perfect a new technique. When I suggested meeting him, maybe all of us grabbing dinner sometime, Sarah got weird about it. She said the gym was her space, and she liked keeping that separate from our relationship. I let it go because I didn't want to be that boyfriend who couldn't handle his girlfriend having male friends. Then came the night I needed to use her laptop because mine was updating. Sarah was in the shower and her laptop was open on the couch. A message notification popped up from Marcus. I wasn't trying to snoop, but the preview was right there on the screen. It said something about missing her and wishing they had more time alone. My stomach dropped. I know I shouldn't have, but I clicked into the conversation. The messages went back 3 years. 3 years we'd only been together for 2. I started scrolling and my hands were actually shaking. These weren't just friendly gym messages. They were talking about hotels, about times they'd met up when I thought Sarah was visiting her sister, about how hard it was to keep things quiet. There were messages from times I specifically remembered. Nights when Sarah said she was exhausted from a hard workout and went to bed early. She'd been texting Marcus until 2 in the morning those nights. I kept scrolling back further, trying to understand the timeline. The messages from before we started dating were even more explicit. They'd been together. Actually together. And apparently, they never really stopped. There were messages about me too. Marcus asking if I suspected anything. Sarah reassuring him that I was clueless, that I trusted her completely. Reading that felt like getting punched in the chest. Sarah came out of the bathroom and saw me sitting there with her laptop. She knew immediately what I'd found. Her face went white, and she started crying before I even said anything. She tried to explain that it wasn't what it looked like, which is probably the most cliché thing someone can say when caught cheating. Then she switched tactics and said Marcus was from her past and she'd been trying to end it, but he wouldn't let go. I pulled up messages from 2 days ago where she was the one initiating plans to meet up. The actual history between them was worse than I'd imagined. Marcus wasn't just some gym friend. They dated for 4 years before we met. When they broke up, it was supposedly mutual because they wanted different things. But according to the messages, they never actually stopped seeing each other. The gym friendship story was a cover they'd established early on. She'd actually joined that specific gym because Marcus worked there as a trainer. Every morning workout, every evening session, every weekend fitness class had been an opportunity to see him. I asked her point blank how many times she'd cheated. Sarah couldn't even give me a number. She just kept crying and saying she loved me, but also had feelings for Marcus that she couldn't turn off. She said it started as just meeting up occasionally to talk about old times. Then it became physical again. She swore it wasn't constant, that there were months where nothing happened, but the messages showed otherwise. They'd been together the weekend she told me she was at a fitness retreat. They'd met up the night of my birthday when she said she wasn't feeling well and stayed home. What really killed me was reading how calculated it all was. They had a system. She'd tell me she was going to early morning classes, but she'd actually be at his apartment. He lived 15 minutes from our place. When I was working late, which happened a lot in my job, she'd go over there. The protein shakes after workouts were real, but they weren't at the gym's juice bar. They were at the coffee shop near his place, where apparently nobody we knew would see them. I found out Marcus knew about me the whole time too. He'd ask her questions about our relationship, like he was gathering intelligence. There were messages where they'd laugh about things I'd said or done, inside jokes at my expense. Times when I thought Sarah and I were having a nice moment, she'd text him about it later, like it was amusing that I had no idea what was really going on. The confrontation lasted hours. Sarah went from denying to minimizing to trying to blame me for not being attentive enough. She said I worked too much and she felt lonely. She claimed Marcus understood her fitness goals better than I did. Every excuse just made it worse. At one point she actually suggested we could work through it, that she'd cut off contact with Marcus completely. I asked how I was supposed to believe that when she'd been lying for literally our entire relationship. She admitted they'd been together the week before I proposed. I'd planned this whole romantic evening, took her to the restaurant where we had our first date, got down on one knee. She said yes while wearing the necklace Marcus had given her the previous Tuesday. The engagement itself had caused a fight between them, according to the messages. Marcus was upset she'd accepted my proposal. Sarah told him it didn't change anything between them, that the engagement was about security and stability, but he was her passion. I asked if she'd been with him the night before she moved in with me 8 months ago. She had. I asked about the weekend. She said she was at her mum's, helping with spring cleaning. She was with Marcus, the work conference in Denver, where she convinced me it wasn't worth the money for me to come along. Marcus went with her. They'd booked a couples massage package. Looking back, there were so many signs I'd rationalised away. The way she'd angle her phone away when texting, how she'd gotten defensive when I playfully tried to see who she was messaging. The times she'd shower immediately after coming home from the gym, which she said was because she felt gross, but now I understood differently. New lingerie, she claimed, was for herself, but I'd never actually seen her wear around me. Late nights when she said she was meal prepping, but I'd find almost nothing new in the fridge. Her friends knew. That became clear when I started piecing everything together. Her best friend, Jessica, had covered for her multiple times. The girls' trips that were really romantic weekends with Marcus. The times Jessica would suddenly need Sarah's help with something right when I'd planned date nights. They had a whole network of lies set up. The worst part wasn't even the cheating itself. It was the realization that the entire foundation of our relationship was built on deception. Every major moment we'd shared, Sarah had been living a double life. When I thought we were building something real, working toward a future together, she was splitting herself between two completely different relationships. I'd been planning our wedding while she was planning hotel meetups with another man. I moved out that week, stayed with my brother while I figured out my next steps. Sarah kept calling and texting, saying she'd made a terrible mistake and wanted to fight for us. She claimed she'd already blocked Marcus and was ready to go to couples therapy. But I'd seen the messages she sent him after our breakup. She was devastated about losing him. Not me. She was asking him if they could finally be together openly now that I was gone. That story ends there. 2 years of what you thought was real, completely dismantled by a laptop notification. The person you trusted most in the world wasn't just lying occasionally, but had built an entire alternate reality. And the friend who was supposed to just be a gym buddy was actually the main relationship all along. Moving on to someone who discovered technology can reveal the secrets we think are hidden. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car, not tucked away in some obvious hiding spot, but velcroed under the driver's seat in a way that showed serious premeditation. I'm 26 and had been with Derek for 3 years. We talked about moving in together and were actually looking at apartments. Things felt solid. We rarely fought, had similar goals, and I genuinely thought I'd found my person. Derek worked in sales and travelled sometimes for client meetings, which never bothered me because I trusted him completely. That trust was severely misplaced. The discovery happened by complete accident. I'd borrowed Derek's car because mine was in the shop. I'm short, so I adjusted the seat forward to reach the pedals properly. When I did, I felt something hard press against my calf. I reached down thinking maybe it was a tool or something he'd dropped, and my hand landed on a phone velcroed to the underside of the seat. A phone I'd never seen before. My first thought was maybe it was an old phone he'd forgotten about, but when I pulled it free, the screen lit up. It was charged and active. It was also on silent mode, and the lock screen showed 47 unread messages, all from someone named Lena. The preview texts were intimate, not just friendly. These were goodnight messages, plans to meet up, inside jokes that spoke to a relationship I knew nothing about. I sat in that parked car for probably 20 minutes, just staring at this phone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. I tried a few passwords to unlock it. His birthday didn't work. Our anniversary didn't work. Then I tried the date he'd told me he got his first sales award. It unlocked. The fact that he'd use a professional milestone for his secret phone password felt like another layer of deception. The messages with Lena went back almost 2 years. 2 years of daily conversations. Good morning texts, good night texts, photos she'd send him of her outfits, asking his opinion, messages about missing him when he was with me, because that's what the messages revealed. Lena knew about me. She knew my name. She knew where I worked. Derek had told her everything about our relationship, while apparently maintaining a completely separate relationship with her. I scrolled through weeks of conversations trying to understand the timeline and scope of what I was seeing. They'd met at a conference Derek had attended for work. The conference I'd helped him prepare for, ironing his shirts and making sure he had everything organised. They'd exchanged numbers professionally at first, then started texting more personally. Within a month of that conference, they were making plans to meet up whenever Derek travelled for work. The messages showed he'd been with her last month when he told me he was visiting his college roommate. They'd spent the entire weekend together at a beach house she'd rented. He'd sent her photos from the trip. Photos that made me feel sick looking at them because I could see how happy he looked. Happier than he looked in photos with me lately. There were also messages from times he wasn't travelling. Lena apparently lived one town over, just 40 minutes away. They'd meet up for lunch when Derek said he had client meetings. Evening coffee dates when he claimed he was working late. One Thursday afternoon meet-up happened the same day I'd called him excited about a promotion at work, and he'd cut the conversation short, saying he was busy. He was busy with her. What made it more painful was reading how he talked about me. Derek would tell Lena about our arguments, about things that frustrated him in our relationship. Private moments I thought were between us were being dissected and discussed with another woman. When I'd tried to talk to him about feeling disconnected lately, he'd told me I was overthinking things. Then he'd messaged Lena about how I was being clingy and he needed space. The space he needed was to be with her. The photos in the phone were worse than the messages. There were hundreds of them. Selfies of them together. Pictures of dinners they'd shared. Screenshots of FaceTime calls. Hotel room photos that made it very clear what they were doing. And photos of gifts. Derek had bought her jewellery, flowers, a necklace that looked similar to one he'd given me for my birthday. Apparently he had a type when it came to gift giving. I found out she didn't know our relationship was as serious as it actually was. In Derek's version of events to Lena, we were casually dating, but nothing exclusive. He'd told her we'd never discussed being official, which was completely false. We'd had that conversation 2.5 years ago. We'd met each other's families. We were looking at apartments together. But to Lena, I was just someone Derek saw sometimes, while he figured out what he really wanted. The betrayal felt layered. He'd lied to me, obviously, but he'd also lied to her about the nature of our relationship. He was maintaining 2 separate lives, with 2 different stories. manipulating both of us to serve whatever he needed in the moment. When Lena would push for more commitment, he'd tell her he needed time. When I'd bring up moving forward with our relationship, he'd get enthusiastic and start making plans. He was giving each of us just enough to keep us invested, while never fully committing to either. I drove straight to Derek's office, walked right past the receptionist who tried to stop me, and into the conference room where he was in a meeting. I put the phone on the table in front of him and told him we were done. His face went completely pale. He tried to pull me aside, said we could talk about this privately. I told him there was nothing to talk about. 3 years of my life had been built on lies, and I was done. Derek tried calling me probably 50 times that day, left voicemails saying it wasn't what it looked like, that Lena was just a friend, that the messages were being misinterpreted. I texted him back with screenshots of specific messages, asking him to explain how those were being misinterpreted. He stopped trying to deny it after that. Then came the apology phase. Long messages about how he'd made mistakes but loved me and wanted to work through this. How Lena meant nothing, and it was me he wanted to build a life with. I called Lena, used the number from the phone. She answered thinking it was Derek. I introduced myself and explained exactly what our relationship had been for the past 3 years. She was shocked, started crying. She'd had no idea I even existed in the capacity I did. Derek had shown her photos of us together, but claimed they were old pictures from before we broke up. He'd told her he was single and just figuring things out. She'd been waiting patiently for him to be ready for something serious, not knowing he was already in a serious relationship with someone else. That story's over. The fallout from that call with Lena was immediate and messy. She wanted to meet in person, said she needed to understand what had actually been happening. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our neighbourhoods. Walking in and seeing her face to face was surreal. This was the woman Derek had been building a separate life with, while I thought we were planning our future together. Lena looked exactly like her photos, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, tired eyes that suggested she'd been crying as much as I had. We sat across from each other in this booth near the back, both of us holding coffee. We weren't actually drinking. The conversation started awkwardly. Neither of us knew exactly how to navigate this situation. But once we started comparing timelines, everything became horrifyingly clear. The business trips Derek told me about, half of them were real work trips where he'd brought Lena along. The weekends he said he needed alone to decompress. He was with her. The times he claimed his phone died or he lost service, he was maintaining the lie with both of us simultaneously. Lena showed me photos from trips I thought Derek had taken solo. There she was, in Boston, in Miami, in Portland, standing next to him in all these places he'd told me were boring work obligations. We spent 3 hours in that coffee shop piecing together Derek's double life. The level of coordination required to pull this off was honestly impressive in the most disturbing way possible. He'd maintained separate social media accounts, told different stories to different friend groups, even had explanations ready for why neither of us could attend certain work events with him. To me, he'd say the events were colleagues only. To Lena, he'd claim they were too formal, and he didn't want to subject her to boring corporate dinners. Lena had been just as invested in the relationship as I was. She'd met some of his family members who apparently played along with whatever story Derek had constructed. She'd been patient when he said he wasn't ready to move in together. Believed him when he explained that his career required flexibility right now. She'd built her life around someone who was simultaneously building a completely different life with me. The details kept getting worse. Derek had taken Lena to the same restaurants he'd taken me to, given us similar gifts on similar occasions, even used some of the same lines and stories. He'd created this template for how to date someone and just ran it twice simultaneously. When Lena mentioned a specific story Derek had told her about his childhood, I realized he'd told me the exact same story, word for word. He wasn't even bothering to be creative about his lies. We exchanged numbers before leaving that coffee shop, promised to keep each other updated if Derek tried to manipulate either of us further. There was something bonding about shared betrayal. We'd both been lied to by the same person in the same ways. Neither of us was the villain in this situation. We were both victims of someone who'd gotten really good at compartmentalizing his life. That story ends there. Finding out your relationship was just one half of someone's double life destroys your ability to trust your own judgment. The person you thought you knew never actually existed. Every memory gets contaminated by the knowledge that he was probably thinking about her, or coming from her place, or planning his next lie. Moving on to someone whose girlfriend had a gym routine that included more than just workouts. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I'm 26, and I'd been dating Amber for about 2 years. She's really into fitness and goes to the gym almost every day. I respected that about her. She had goals and she was dedicated to reaching them. About 6 months into our relationship, she started mentioning this guy, Marcus, who spotted for her during heavy lifts. At first it seemed totally normal. Gyms are social places, people help each other out. Marcus became a regular name in conversations about her workouts. He'd given her advice on her form, suggested new exercises, helped her break through a plateau with her deadlift. I never thought much of it because Amber was always transparent about her gym friends. She'd mention various people she worked out with, and Marcus was just one of several names. But over time, Marcus started appearing in more contexts. He'd texted her about a new protein powder he was trying, sent her articles about nutrition, asked her opinion on whether he should switch gyms. The interactions seemed friendly, but started feeling more frequent than what I'd expect from a casual gym acquaintance. I didn't want to be that jealous boyfriend who got weird about his girlfriend having male friends. So I kept my concerns to myself. Then Amber started adjusting her gym schedule around Marcus's availability. She'd check what time he was planning to work out and coordinate accordingly. Said it was just practical, since they spotted for each other, and it was safer than working out alone. That made sense logically, but something about the way she'd light up when talking about their workouts felt different than how she discussed other friends. One night her phone was charging in the living room, and a text from Marcus lit up the screen. It said something like, "Can't stop thinking about you." I wasn't trying to snoop, but the message was right there. When I asked Amber about it, she laughed it off, said Marcus was probably referring to some conversation they'd had about workout motivation, that he was just being supportive about her fitness goals. I wanted to believe her explanation, tried to convince myself I was reading too much into a friendly text, but the doubt had been planted. I started noticing other small things, how she'd angle her phone away when texting, how she'd sometimes smile at messages and then quickly lock her screen, how she'd started dressing a bit nicer for the gym than she used to. The real discovery happened when Amber's laptop was open and she'd forgotten to log out of her messages. I wasn't planning to look. Walked past on my way to the kitchen and saw Marcus's name in an active conversation. The preview showed enough to make me stop and actually read the thread. They'd been talking every single day, not just about the gym, about everything. Their conversations had the intimacy of people who were much closer than workout partners. I scrolled up and found months of messages. They'd talk late into the night about their lives, their feelings, their frustrations. Marcus knew details about our relationship that Amber had apparently been sharing with him. Things we'd argued about, problems she was having at work, personal stuff that I thought was between us. And the tone of their messages was flirty. Lots of compliments, inside jokes, the kind of emotional intimacy that felt like it crossed a line. But what really destroyed me was finding older messages from before Amber and I started dating. They'd known each other for years, had dated briefly in college before going their separate ways. The gym friendship wasn't a new thing she'd developed after meeting me. Marcus was an ex she'd reconnected with, and never mentioned that history. She'd introduced him as just some guy at the gym, when he was actually someone she had romantic history with. I confronted Amber with everything I'd found. She got defensive initially, said I'd violated her privacy by reading her messages, that Marcus was just a friend, and I was being paranoid. But when I asked directly about their history, She couldn't deny it anymore. Admitted they'd dated in college, that they'd stayed in loose contact over the years, that when she joined his gym 2 years ago, they'd reconnected as friends. She swore nothing physical had happened since we'd been together, that their relationship was purely platonic now, despite the history. But the emotional affair was undeniable. She'd been sharing parts of herself with Marcus that she wasn't sharing with me, creating this separate relationship that existed in parallel to ours, getting her emotional needs met by someone else, while I thought everything was fine between us. That story wraps up there. Emotional affairs are just as destructive as physical ones. The betrayal isn't just about actions, it's about where someone chooses to invest their emotional energy and who they turn to when they need connection. Our next story comes from someone who found evidence that their boyfriend had been living 2 separate lives with 2 separate phones. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. I'm 24 and had been with Derek for about 6 months. Things were moving fast but felt right. We talked about moving in together eventually, about what our future might look like. I trusted him completely until I found something that shattered everything. Derek's car was in the shop getting serviced, and he'd borrowed mine for the day. When he returned it that evening, I noticed he'd left his gym bag in the trunk. Figured I'd grab it and bring it inside for him. When I picked up the bag, something hard shifted inside one of the pockets. I opened it thinking maybe he'd left his regular phone or wallet in there. What I pulled out was a phone I'd never seen before, an older iPhone model in a plain black case. It was password protected, but the lock screen showed several missed calls and text notifications from a name that made my stomach drop. The contact was saved as L with a heart emoji. The preview of the most recent message said, "Miss you already." I brought the phone inside and asked Derek about it. His face went completely pale, started stammering about how it was an old work phone he'd forgotten to return, that the company let him keep it for backup. But when I asked why there were personal messages from someone named L, he couldn't come up with a coherent answer. Just kept insisting it wasn't what it looked like. I told him to unlock the phone, or we were done right then. He refused at first, said it was a violation of privacy, that I needed to trust him. But I held firm. Either he showed me what was on that phone, or I was leaving. He finally unlocked it and handed it over. The phone was full of messages between Derek and someone named Lena, months and months of conversations. They'd met at some work conference over a year ago, had been in what appeared to be a full relationship ever since. She lived about 2 hours away, which explained why I'd never run into her or heard about her from mutual friends. The messages were intimate. They talked every day, made plans to see each other on weekends. Derek had told me he was visiting family or travelling for work. There were photos of them together, evidence of hotel stays, gifts he'd bought her, inside jokes and pet names. This wasn't some casual thing. This was a full parallel relationship he'd been maintaining while building one with me. I scrolled through weeks of their conversations while Derek sat there trying to explain. He kept saying Lena was from before he met me, that he'd been trying to end things with her, but it was complicated, that he loved me and wanted to be with me. But the timestamps on the messages told a different story. He'd been texting her the same day he'd told me he loved me for the first time, had been planning trips to see her while discussing our future together. The worst part was realizing how calculated everything had been. He'd maintained 2 separate lives with 2 separate phones, kept his stories straight, made sure neither of us knew about the other, and he'd been successful at it for months until a random gym bag in my trunk exposed everything. That story concludes there. Some people are skilled enough liars to maintain entire double lives. They compartmentalize so effectively that they can be fully present in one relationship while actively nurturing another. The second phone wasn't just evidence of cheating, it was proof of sustained deception. Transitioning to someone whose best friend tried to deliver a warning that got ignored until it was almost too late. My best friend tried to warn me about my fiancé. Rachel had seen Josh with another girl weeks before the wedding. We'd been planning this day for over a year. Everything was booked. The venue, the caterer, the photographer. Invitations had gone out months ago. Family was flying in from across the country. This was supposed to be the beginning of our forever. Rachel and I had been friends since college. She was the person I called when anything significant happened in my life. When Josh proposed, she was the first person I told. She'd been genuinely happy for me, helped me pick out bridesmaid dresses, went to every cake tasting and florist appointment. She seemed completely supportive of our relationship. About 3 weeks before the wedding, Rachel asked if we could have coffee. Just the two of us. Said she needed to talk to me about something important. I figured it was about her maid of honor speech or some last-minute wedding detail that needed addressing. We met at our usual spot downtown. She seemed nervous, kept fidgeting with her coffee cup and avoiding direct eye contact. That's when she told me she'd seen Josh at a restaurant 2 weeks earlier. He'd been with another woman. They were sitting close together, holding hands across the table, looking very much like a couple. I felt my stomach drop. Asked her if she was absolutely certain it was Josh. Maybe it had been someone who looked like him. Rachel showed me photos she'd taken on her phone. Clear images of Josh sitting across from a woman I didn't recognize. A blonde in her late 20s, pretty, smiling at him in a way that suggested familiarity and intimacy. The timestamp on the photos showed they were taken on a night Josh had told me he was working late on a big project. My initial reaction was defensive. I told Rachel there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was a work colleague, a client meeting that ran long and turned into dinner. Josh worked in sales, he met with potential clients all the time. Rachel shook her head, said the body language wasn't professional, the way they were looking at each other, the hand-holding. That wasn't business. I asked why she hadn't told me sooner, why she'd waited 2 weeks to bring this up. Rachel said she'd been debating whether to say anything at all. She didn't want to create problems in my relationship based on something she might have misunderstood. But as the wedding got closer, she couldn't stay silent. She said she'd hate herself if I married him without knowing what she'd seen. I thanked Rachel for telling me, said I needed to talk to Josh and get his side of the story. She made me promise I'd be careful, that I'd really listen to his explanation and watch for inconsistencies. I drove home feeling sick, trying to prepare myself for a conversation I never imagined having 3 weeks before my wedding. When Josh got home that evening, I showed him the photos, asked him to explain who the woman was and why they'd been having dinner together. His face went through several expressions: surprise, confusion, then what looked like resignation. He sat down heavily on the couch and asked where I'd gotten those pictures. I told him Rachel had seen them and felt I deserved to know. Josh's response wasn't what I expected. He didn't immediately deny anything or offer an innocent explanation. Instead, he got angry. Started saying Rachel had always been jealous of our relationship, that she'd never really approved of him, that this was probably her attempt to sabotage our wedding because she couldn't stand seeing me happy. I pushed back, said the photos were real regardless of who took them, that he needed to explain who this woman was and what their relationship consisted of. Josh finally admitted her name was Melissa. They'd known each other for years. Dated briefly before he and I met. They'd recently reconnected as friends. That dinner had been completely innocent. Just two old friends catching up. I asked why he'd never mentioned Melissa before, why he'd told me he was working late instead of saying he was having dinner with an ex. Josh said he knew I'd be uncomfortable with him seeing an ex-girlfriend, that he'd lied about working late because he didn't want me to worry unnecessarily. He swore nothing romantic was happening between them, that I was the only woman he wanted to marry. Something about his explanation felt off. The defensiveness, the anger toward Rachel, the admission that he'd deliberately lied about his whereabouts. I asked to see his phone. Josh refused, said I was being paranoid and that checking his phone would be a violation of trust, that if I didn't trust him enough to take his word, then maybe we shouldn't be getting married. That reaction told me everything I needed to know. If the dinner had truly been innocent, he would have shown me his phone immediately to prove it. The fact that he was protecting his privacy so aggressively suggested there was more to this than he was admitting. I told Josh I needed time to think, that I was going to stay with Rachel for a few days while I processed everything. He got more upset, started saying I was overreacting, that Rachel had poisoned my mind against him, that we needed to work through this together, not run away from it. I packed a bag and left anyway. Showed up at Rachel's apartment around 10 that night. She took one look at my face and pulled me inside, made tea while I told her about the conversation with Josh, his admission about Melissa, his refusal to show me his phone, his anger at Rachel for taking those photos. Rachel listened quietly. Then she told me there was more. She'd felt weird about the whole situation after seeing Josh with Melissa, so she'd done some social media investigating, found Melissa's Instagram account. The woman had been posting photos with Josh for months. Dinners, coffee dates, weekend trips. They were clearly spending significant time together. And based on the captions and comments, they looked like a couple, not old friends reconnecting. I felt stupid. How had I not noticed Josh was spending time with another woman? How had he hidden an entire relationship from me while planning our wedding? Rachel showed me Melissa's Instagram. The evidence was overwhelming. Photos of them together going back 6 months. Comments from Melissa's friends asking when they'd make it official. A post from 3 weeks ago where Melissa had written about being in love with someone who wasn't free yet. I called off the wedding the next morning, sent a message to our families and the wedding party explaining that the marriage wasn't happening. I didn't go into details about why, just said Josh and I had irreconcilable differences and the relationship was over. Josh tried calling and texting for days, left voicemails saying I was making a huge mistake, that Melissa didn't mean anything, that he'd end things with her if I'd just give him another chance. But the damage was done. He'd been maintaining a relationship with another woman while planning to marry me. He'd lied about where he was and who he was with. And when confronted, he'd tried to gaslight me and attack my best friend's character. The hardest part was dealing with all the wedding cancellations, losing deposits on vendors, explaining to confused family members why the wedding was suddenly off, dealing with people who thought I was overreacting or throwing away a good relationship over a misunderstanding. But Rachel stood by me through all of it. She'd risked our friendship to tell me the truth, could have stayed quiet and let me marry someone who was actively cheating. Instead, she'd shown me photos that shattered my illusions, but ultimately saved me from a disastrous marriage. I found out later that Josh married Melissa about 8 months after our breakup. They'd apparently decided to stop hiding their relationship once I was out of the picture. Part of me wondered if they'd been planning to continue their affair even after Josh and I got married, if he'd really intended to commit to me, or if I was just the safer choice while he kept Melissa on the side. That story ends there. Sometimes the people who love you see things you're too close to notice. Rachel risked damaging our friendship to give me information I desperately needed. The easy choice would have been staying silent and avoiding the drama. But real friends tell you hard truths, even when it's uncomfortable. The man my girlfriend called her cousin wasn't family. A relative later revealed Daniel was actually her long-term boyfriend. I'd been dating Emma for about 7 months when I first met Daniel. She'd mentioned him several times before, always referred to him as her cousin from her mom's side of the family. Said they'd grown up together and were really close, that he was more like a brother than a cousin. Daniel showed up at Emma's apartment one evening while I was there. She introduced us casually. He seemed friendly enough. Tall guy in his early 30s, well-dressed, confident. They had an easy rapport, inside jokes, shared memories from childhood. Everything about their interaction suggested they really had grown up together. Over the next few months, Daniel was around fairly regularly. He'd stop by Emma's place unannounced. They'd grab lunch together during the work week, go to family events as each other's +1 when neither had a partner to bring. Emma always explained it as normal cousin behaviour, said their families were tight and they'd always been in each other's lives. I never thought much of it. I have close relationships with some of my cousins too. Understood that family bonds could be strong and that seeing each other frequently wasn't unusual. Daniel was always respectful toward me, never gave me any reason to feel uncomfortable or suspicious about his presence in Emma's life. The truth came out at a family barbecue Emma's parents hosted. It was a big gathering. Extended family from both sides. Aunts and uncles and cousins I'd never met before. Emma introduced me around. Everyone was welcoming and seemed genuinely happy to meet me. I was talking to Emma's aunt, her mum's younger sister, making small talk about how Emma and I met, how long we'd been together, the usual getting to know you conversation. That's when the aunt mentioned how glad she was that Emma had finally moved on from Daniel, how their breakup had been hard on the whole family, but everyone thought it was for the best. I must have looked confused because the aunt immediately realised she'd said something wrong. Her face changed. She asked if Emma had told me about Daniel. I said yes, that he was her cousin. The aunt's expression shifted to something between shock and pity. She said Daniel wasn't Emma's cousin. They'd dated for almost 4 years, had lived together, been engaged at one point. The breakup had happened about a year before Emma and I started dating. I felt like the ground had dropped out from under me. Asked the aunt if she was certain. Maybe there was some confusion. She shook her head. Said everyone in the family knew about Emma and Daniel's relationship, that calling him her cousin was news to her. She seemed genuinely concerned that Emma hadn't told me the truth. I found Emma inside the house, pulled her aside and asked her directly about Daniel, whether he was really her cousin or if there was more to their relationship. She went pale, started stammering about how it was complicated, that they had dated but it was ancient history, that she'd called him her cousin because she didn't want to make me uncomfortable with the fact that she was still close to an ex. I tried to keep my voice steady, but my hands were shaking. The conversation we had that night at her parents' house wasn't really a conversation. It was Emma talking fast, explaining, justifying, trying to reframe 4 years of deception as some kind of protective gesture she'd made for my benefit. She said she knew how guys got weird about exes, that she didn't want me feeling insecure or threatened by Daniel still being in her life, that their relationship had ended badly, but they'd worked hard to rebuild a friendship, and she didn't want to lose that connection. She swore nothing physical had happened between them since we'd been together. That calling him her cousin was just easier than having difficult conversations about boundaries and history. I asked her how she thought I'd feel when I inevitably found out the truth. She didn't have a good answer for that. Just kept repeating that she'd never meant to hurt me, that she'd been planning to tell me eventually, but the longer it went on, the harder it became to come clean. We left the barbecue early, drove home in silence. I needed time to think, to process what this meant for our relationship. Emma kept texting me apologies, asking if we could talk, promising she'd answer any questions I had. The next few days were brutal. I kept replaying every interaction I'd had with Daniel. Every time he'd been at Emma's apartment, every lunch they'd shared, every family event where they'd stood together, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Knowing now that they'd shared a bed for years, that they'd been engaged, that her entire family knew the truth while I'd been kept in the dark. What bothered me most wasn't even that they dated. People stay friends with exes sometimes. I could have handled that conversation if she'd been honest from the start. What destroyed my trust was the elaborate lie, the cousin story, the way she'd let me meet her family and introduce myself and talk about Daniel like he was just another relative, the way everyone had gone along with it. I finally agreed to meet Emma for coffee. She looked terrible, said she hadn't slept, that she knew she'd messed up and would do whatever it took to fix things. I asked her to walk me through the entire timeline, when they'd dated, when they'd broken up, when they'd started rebuilding their friendship, how long she'd been calling him her cousin. Turned out they'd broken up about 14 months before Emma and I met. The engagement had ended because Daniel had cheated. Emma had been devastated. Took her almost a year to even consider dating again. They'd reconnected as friends, about 6 months before I came into the picture. Started having lunch occasionally, going to family events together, because it was less awkward than avoiding each other. When Emma and I started getting serious, she'd panicked about how to handle the Daniel situation. Knew it would be complicated to explain. Made a split-second decision to introduce him as her cousin, and then felt trapped by that initial lie. Every subsequent interaction just dug the hole deeper. I asked if Daniel knew she was calling him her cousin. She said yes, that he'd thought it was weird but had gone along with it because he didn't want to cause problems for her. That made it worse somehow, knowing they'd actively conspired to deceive me, that he'd played along every time we'd interacted. Emma begged me not to throw away what we had over this, said our relationship was real and strong and worth fighting for, that she'd cut contact with Daniel completely if that's what I needed, that she'd do anything to rebuild my trust. I told her I needed space, time to figure out if I could move past this. She said she understood, but I could see the fear in her eyes, the knowledge that she might have destroyed something good by trying to avoid a difficult conversation. That story ends there. The fact that she recruited her entire family and Daniel himself into maintaining this elaborate fiction for months shows a level of deception that goes way beyond just avoiding an awkward conversation. Some lies are too fundamental to come back from. Moving on to someone who discovered their girlfriend's gym routine included a lot more than just working out. My girlfriend Sarah had joined a new gym about 8 months into our relationship. She'd always been into fitness, but this place was closer to her work and had better equipment. She started going 5 or 6 times a week, sometimes early morning before work, sometimes during lunch, often right after she got off. She'd mention her workouts when we talked, said she'd met some cool people there, made a few gym friends who helped keep her motivated. One name came up more than others, Marcus. She described him as this really knowledgeable guy who gave her tips on form and spotted her on heavy lifts. I thought it was great that she'd found a workout buddy. Never crossed my mind to be concerned about it. Sarah had always been trustworthy. We'd been together almost 2 years at that point, had talked about moving in together. Everything felt solid. Then her phone broke, screen completely shattered after she dropped it getting out of her car. She asked if she could borrow mine for a few days while she waited for the replacement to arrive. I said sure, gave her my passcode, told her to use whatever she needed. That night, I was watching TV and her Instagram started blowing up with notifications on my phone, messages coming in rapid fire. I wasn't trying to snoop, but the preview text was right there on the lock screen. Messages from someone named Marcus, saying he missed her, asking when they could meet up again, calling her baby. My stomach dropped. I opened the message thread, scrolled up, found months of conversations, hundreds of messages going back way longer than 8 months. Turned out Marcus wasn't just some gym friend. They'd known each other for years, had dated before Sarah and I got together, apparently stayed in very close contact throughout our entire relationship. The messages were affectionate, intimate, inside jokes and references to things they'd done together. Plans to meet up that coincided with times Sarah had told me she was working late or hanging out with her girlfriends. Late night texts that came through after she'd said goodnight to me and supposedly gone to sleep. I sat there reading through their entire history, every flirty exchange, every plan they'd made, every lie Sarah had told me to cover another meetup with Marcus. She'd been living a completely double life, and I'd had no idea. When Sarah got home, I was still sitting there with my phone. She knew immediately that something was wrong. Asked what happened. I just handed her the phone with their message thread open. She went white, started crying, said it wasn't what it looked like, that Marcus was just a friend, and he was being inappropriate, that she'd never encouraged him or reciprocated his feelings, that she was going to block him. I asked her to explain the messages from her side of the conversation then, the ones where she called him baby, where she said she missed him too, where she made plans to see him and told him she'd figure out an excuse to give me. She couldn't, just kept crying and saying she was sorry, that she'd made terrible choices but she loved me and wanted to fix things. I asked how long they'd been sleeping together. She swore they hadn't, said it was just emotional cheating, that they'd kiss sometimes when they met up, but it never went further than that. Like that was supposed to make it better. Turned out the gym story was partially true. They did work out together. But Marcus had been in her life long before she joined that gym. They dated seriously years ago, broken up, stayed friends. When Sarah and I started dating, she'd convinced herself she could maintain both relationships, that what I didn't know wouldn't hurt me. I told her we were done. She begged me to reconsider, said she'd cut all contact with Marcus, delete him from everything, go to couples therapy, whatever I needed. But I'd seen the messages, knew exactly how she talked about me to him, how she'd complain about our relationship, make fun of things I'd said or done, share intimate details about our life together with someone she was emotionally cheating with. Sarah moved her stuff out the following week, kept trying to reach out for months after, sending long apologies, asking if we could talk. I never responded. Some betrayals are too complete to walk back from. That story is over. Years of secret messages and meetups aren't a mistake or a moment of weakness. That's a calculated choice, made over and over again. The gym friend excuse was just convenient cover for something that had been going on the whole time. Now we're moving to someone who found technology that wasn't supposed to exist in their relationship. I was cleaning out my boyfriend Jake's car. We'd been together about 18 months. He'd asked me to help detail his vehicle before a long road trip we had planned. I was vacuuming under the seats when my hand hit something hard wedged way back under the driver's seat. I pulled it out. It was a phone. Not Jake's regular phone. This was an older model, Android instead of iPhone, in a plain black case. I figured maybe it was an old phone he'd forgotten about, something that had slipped under the seat months ago and just stayed there. But when I pressed the power button, it lit up, fully charged, like it had been used recently. The lock screen showed dozens of unread notifications, all from someone named Lena. Message previews I could read without unlocking the phone. They weren't the kind of messages you send to a friend. They were intimate, affectionate, calling Jake baby, asking when she'd see him again, mentioning things they'd done together, plans they'd made. I sat in that car for probably 20 minutes just staring at this phone, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Jake was at work, wasn't supposed to be home for another few hours. I could have waited to confront him, but I needed answers immediately. I called him, asked him to come home, told him it was urgent. He said he was in the middle of something, but he'd try to get away early. I said no. Now. Something in my voice must have worried him because he said he'd be there in 30 minutes. When Jake walked in, I was sitting on the couch with both phones in front of me, his regular iPhone and the Android I'd found. He saw them and his face changed, knew immediately that he was caught. I asked him who Lena was. He said she was nobody, just someone from work. I picked up the Android and read him some of the messages, asked him if that's how he talked to all his co-workers. He sat down, put his head in his hands, started talking. Lena was someone he'd met about a year ago. Before that, if I was doing the math right. They'd started seeing each other casually. Nothing serious at first, but it had developed into something more over time. I asked if he'd been sleeping with her throughout our entire relationship. He said yes, that he'd tried to end things with her multiple times but kept going back, that he had feelings for both of us and didn't know how to choose. The second phone had been his solution, a way to keep his relationship with Lena completely separate from his life with me. He'd keep it on silent, check it when I wasn't around, meet up with her when he told me he was working late or hanging out with friends. I asked how he'd managed to keep this going for over a year without me noticing. He said it was easier than I'd think, that I trusted him, that he'd gotten good at compartmentalizing his time. Jake said he was sorry, that he never meant to hurt me, that he'd been planning to figure things out eventually, but kept putting off the decision. Asked if there was any way we could work through this. I told him to get out, that I didn't care where he went or who he went to, but he needed to leave. He tried to argue, said we should talk more, that ending things like this wasn't fair after everything we'd been through. I reminded him that he'd been maintaining an entire secret relationship, complete with a burner phone for a year. That fair wasn't really something he got to talk about anymore. That story wraps up there. The discovery of Jake's second phone didn't just reveal a double life, it exposed how deeply someone can lie while looking you in the eye every single day. Most betrayals leave breadcrumbs. This one left an entire paper trail hidden in a glove compartment. Our next story comes from someone who thought late nights at the gym were just dedication to fitness. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I started dating Rebecca about 2 years ago. She's always been into fitness, has her routines, tracks her macros, talks about PRs and rest days. I respected it. Never questioned when she'd spend 2 hours at the gym after work, sometimes 3 on weekends. About 6 months into our relationship, she started mentioning this guy, Marcus. Said he was helping her with form on certain lifts, spotting her on bench press, giving advice about programming. I didn't think much of it. Gyms are social places. People help each other. Makes sense. Over time, Marcus came up more and more in conversation. Rebecca would tell me what Marcus said about her squat depth, what Marcus recommended for her shoulder mobility, how Marcus thought she should approach her cut. It was always gym stuff, always training related, never seemed like anything to worry about. Then one night, Rebecca came home later than usual, said she and Marcus had grabbed smoothies after their session, talked about competition prep. I asked if it was just the two of them. She said yeah, a few other gym people were supposed to come but cancelled. I felt something shift in my chest, but told myself I was being insecure. That friends can get smoothies, that gym people do this kind of thing. But after that, the late nights became more frequent. Rebecca would text saying she was going to be another hour, that she and Marcus were working on a new program, or that they were trying out a different gym across town that had better equipment. I started asking more questions. When did you meet Marcus? How long have you been training together? Does he train other people at the gym? Rebecca's answers were always vague. She'd known him a while. They'd connected over similar goals. He helped lots of people. Nothing concrete, nothing that made me feel better. One Saturday, I suggested coming to the gym with her, meeting Marcus, seeing her train. Rebecca said that would throw off her focus, that having me there would make her self-conscious, that she preferred keeping her training separate from our relationship. It was her thing, her space. I backed off, didn't want to be controlling. Then I started noticing her phone behaviour changing. She'd get texts and smile, turn her screen away when I walked past, take calls in the other room. When I asked who it was, she'd say Marcus. Just gym stuff. Always just gym stuff. I decided to check her location one evening when she said she was training. We'd always shared locations casually, never been an issue. Her dot showed she was at the gym, like she said. I felt guilty for checking, for doubting her, but something still felt wrong. The next week I drove past her gym during one of her evening sessions, told myself I was just in the area, just happened to be passing by. Her car was there, everything seemed normal. I felt stupid, paranoid, like I was turning into someone I didn't want to be. Then Rebecca went out of town for work, 3-day conference. She was texting me throughout, sending pictures of boring conference rooms and hotel breakfast, normal trip stuff. On the second day, she mentioned she'd found a gym near her hotel, was going to get a quick workout in before dinner. I didn't think anything of it until I got a text from Marcus, except it wasn't meant for me. It was clearly meant for Rebecca, sent to me by accident because our names are similar in her phone. The message said he missed her, that the gym felt empty without her, that he couldn't wait until she got back. I stared at that text for probably 10 minutes, read it over and over, tried to find an innocent explanation, couldn't. I screenshotted it. Then I went through Rebecca's phone records online. We were on a family plan. I could see her activity. The number she texted most wasn't mine, it was Marcus. Hundreds of texts, hours of calls, late nights, early mornings, times when she was supposedly at the gym, times when she was supposedly running errands. I felt sick. When Rebecca got home from her trip, I showed her the screenshot, asked her to explain. She tried to laugh it off, said Marcus was dramatic. That gym people talked like that I was reading too much into it. I pulled up the phone records, showed her the frequency, the duration of calls, the late night timing, asked her to unlock her phone and show me their conversation. Rebecca refused, said it was a violation of privacy, that I was being controlling, that she hadn't done anything wrong. I told her that if there was nothing to hide, she should have no problem showing me. She said it was the principle, that relationships need trust, that checking up on her was toxic behaviour. We fought for hours, she wouldn't budge, wouldn't show me her phone, kept insisting Marcus was just a friend, that I was overreacting. Finally, I told her I was done, that I couldn't be in a relationship where I had to wonder, where late nights at the gym might mean something else, where her training partner got good morning texts before I did. That's when Rebecca broke, started crying, said she'd made a mistake, that things with Marcus had gotten complicated, that they'd crossed lines she shouldn't have crossed. I asked what that meant. She said they'd been involved, that it started as actual gym friendship, but developed into something more over the past year, that they'd been seeing each other, meeting up outside the gym, spending time together that had nothing to do with training. I asked if they'd slept together. She said yes, multiple times. I asked how many times. She said she didn't know, that it had been going on long enough she'd lost count. I asked if she loved him. She said she didn't know, that it was different with him, that he understood parts of her I didn't. I asked when it started. She said about 8 months ago. I asked if she'd been with him while telling me she loved me. She said yes. I told her to leave. She said we should talk, that she wanted to work on us, that Marcus wasn't what she really wanted. I asked how I was supposed to believe anything she said when she'd been lying for 8 months, when every late gym session had been a cover, when every mention of Marcus had been a way to hide him in plain sight. Rebecca said she understood why I was angry, that she'd broken my trust, but that people make mistakes, that relationships take work, that throwing away 2 years wasn't the answer. I reminded her that she'd already thrown away 2 years, that she'd made that choice every time she texted him, every time she met him, every time she lied about where she was, that I was just acknowledging what she'd already done. She left that night, took some clothes, said she'd come back for the rest later. I sat in our apartment looking at all the signs I'd missed, the way she'd light up talking about the gym, the way she'd guard her phone, the way she'd create distance when I tried to be involved in that part of her life. Marcus wasn't just a gym friend. He was the reason she went to the gym, the reason she stayed late, the reason her fitness journey suddenly became so important it couldn't include me. That story ends there. When someone's dedication to the gym suddenly comes with guards around their phone and vague answers about their spotter, they're probably not just working on their deadlift. 8 months of using barbells as an alibi while building an entire relationship behind your back is calculated. The gym didn't make her fit, it made her a better liar. At least the truth came with receipts in the phone records. Speaking of secrets hidden in phones, this next story comes from someone who found a device they never knew existed. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. Jake and I had been together for almost 2 years, lived together for 6 months, shared everything. Bills, passwords, plans for the future, normal couple stuff. I thought I knew him, thought we were solid. Then I borrowed his car. My car was in the shop, nothing major, just routine maintenance. Jake said take his. He'd get a ride to work from a co-worker. I grabbed his keys that morning and headed out. About halfway to work, I realised I'd forgotten my phone charger. Figured I'd check Jake's glove compartment. He usually kept cables and random stuff in there. I opened it and pushed aside some napkins and registration papers. That's when I felt it. A phone, not his iPhone, a cheap Android. In a basic black case, I pulled it out. Turned it on. It wasn't password protected, just opened right up. The home screen was default, no personal photos, no customization. But there were apps, messaging apps. I opened the main messages. Dozens of conversations with someone named Lena. Going back months. I started reading. My stomach dropped. These weren't work messages. They weren't messages you send to a friend. They were intimate, affectionate, calling Jake baby, asking when she'd see him again, mentioning things they'd done together, plans they'd made. I sat in that car for probably 20 minutes, just staring at this phone, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Jake was at work, wasn't supposed to be home for another few hours. I could have waited to confront him, but I needed answers immediately. I called him, asked him to come home, told him it was urgent. He said he was in the middle of something, but he'd try to get away early. I said no, now. Something in my voice must have worried him because he said he'd be there in 30 minutes. When Jake walked in, I was sitting on the couch with both phones in front of me. His regular iPhone and the Android I'd found. He saw them and his face changed, knew immediately that he was caught. I asked him who Lena was. He said she was nobody, just someone from work. I picked up the Android and read him some of the messages, asked him if that's how he talked to all his co-workers. He sat down, put his head in his hands, started talking. Lena was someone he'd met about a year ago. Before that, if I was doing the math right. They'd started seeing each other casually, nothing serious at first, but it had developed into something more over time. I asked if he'd been sleeping with her throughout our entire relationship. He said yes, that he'd tried to end things with her multiple times but kept going back, that he had feelings for both of us and didn't know how to choose. The second phone had been his solution, a way to keep his relationship with Lena completely separate from his life with me. He'd keep it on silent, check it when I wasn't around, meet up with her when he told me he was working late or hanging out with friends. I asked how he'd managed to keep this going for over a year without me noticing. He said it was easier than I'd think, that I trusted him, that he'd gotten good at compartmentalizing his time. Jake said he was sorry, that he never meant to hurt me, that he'd been planning to figure things out eventually, but kept putting off the decision. Asked if there was any way we could work through this. I told him to get out, that I didn't care where he went or who he went to, but he needed to leave. He tried to argue, said we should talk more. That ending things like this wasn't fair after everything we'd been through. I reminded him that he'd been maintaining an entire secret relationship, complete with a burner phone for a year. That fair wasn't really something he got to talk about anymore. That story wraps up there. A burner phone in the glove compartment is the kind of premeditation that shows this wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. It was infrastructure. He built a whole system to keep two lives running parallel. The fact that he wanted to talk about fairness after a year of scheduled deception is almost impressive in its audacity. Let's move to a story about someone whose best friend couldn't stay quiet anymore. My best friend tried to warn me about my fiancée. Rachel and I have been best friends since college. 10 years of knowing everything about each other. When I got engaged to Josh, she was the first person I called. She seemed happy, said all the right things, but something felt off. About 3 weeks before the wedding, Rachel asked if we could meet for coffee. Just us. She seemed nervous, kept fidgeting with her cup. Finally, she said she had to tell me something, that she'd been debating whether to say anything, that she didn't want to hurt me, but couldn't let me walk into marriage without knowing. She'd seen Josh with another woman at a restaurant across town. 2 weeks earlier, they weren't just having dinner. They were holding hands across the table, kissing, acting like a couple. Rachel said she'd driven past, saw them through the window, almost kept driving, but something made her park, go inside, make sure it was really him. It was. She'd stood there watching for a few minutes, took a photo on her phone, then left before Josh could see her. I asked why she was telling me 3 weeks before my wedding instead of immediately. She said she'd been terrified, that she didn't know if I'd believe her, if I'd think she was jealous or trying to sabotage my relationship, that she'd spent 2 weeks wrestling with whether to say anything. I asked to see the photo. She pulled out her phone, showed me. It was definitely Josh, definitely not me sitting across from him. I asked if she knew who the woman was. Rachel said no, that she'd never seen her before. I felt numb, like I was watching this conversation happen to someone else. I asked Rachel if she was absolutely sure about what she saw. She said yes, that she wouldn't be telling me if she had any doubt, that she knew what this would do, what it might cost our friendship. but that she couldn't let me marry someone who was cheating. I went home and confronted Josh that night, showed him the photo, asked him to explain. He said it was his cousin, that they'd grabbed dinner to catch up, that the photo made it look like more than it was because of the angle. I asked why he'd never mentioned having dinner with his cousin. He said it slipped his mind, that it wasn't important enough to bring up. I asked why he was holding hands with his cousin. Kissing his cousin? He said Rachel had misunderstood what she saw, that family can be affectionate, that this whole thing was being blown out of proportion. I called Rachel, put her on speaker, asked her to describe exactly what she saw. She described them. The way they looked at each other, the way they touched, the way they kissed, not like family, like partners. Josh got angry, said Rachel had always been jealous of our relationship, that she'd never really supported us, that she was making things up to try to break us up. I asked him to call his cousin, right now, have her explain their dinner. He said he didn't have her number, that they weren't that close. I asked how he could have an intimate dinner with someone whose number he didn't even have. He said he'd gotten it through his mum, that it was temporary, that he'd deleted it after. The excuses kept coming, each one weaker than the last. I told him the wedding was off, that I needed time to figure out what was true. He begged, said I was making a huge mistake, that Rachel had poisoned me against him, that we could work through this. I asked him one more time who the woman in the photo was. He said his cousin. I asked for her name. He hesitated, then said Sarah. I asked for Sarah's number. For his mum's number so I could ask about Sarah. He said I was being crazy, that I was letting Rachel destroy what we had. I told him to leave. He did. The next day I called his mother, asked about his cousin Sarah. She said Josh didn't have a cousin named Sarah, that their family was small, that she knew everyone, that if Josh had dinner with a woman named Sarah, it wasn't family. The wedding got cancelled, deposits lost, explanations made. Rachel never said I told you so, never acted smug about being right. She just stayed close, helped me through it. Months later I found out who the woman was. Her name was actually Sarah, but she wasn't his cousin. She was someone he'd been seeing on and off for over a year, someone he'd told he wasn't serious with me, that our engagement was complicated, that he was figuring things out. Rachel had saved me from marrying someone who would have kept Sarah in his life, who would have lied every time I asked questions, who would have made me feel crazy for trusting my instincts. That story ends there. Having a best friend, brave enough to risk the friendship by telling you the truth 3 weeks before your wedding is rare. Most people would convince themselves it's not their business or that maybe they misunderstood what they saw. Rachel took a photo, waited to make sure, and still almost didn't say anything because she knew the cost. That's the kind of friend you keep forever. Our next story involves someone who discovered that family trees don't always grow the way you think. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I started dating Jenna about 14 months ago, and everything felt natural from the beginning. She was driven, independent, worked in finance, spent most evenings at the gym. I respected the routine. She'd mentioned a guy named Marcus early on, said he spotted her sometimes during heavy lifts. No big deal. People have gym friends. Around month 6, I noticed she'd check her phone differently when certain messages came through. Not hiding it exactly, just a shift in her body language, quick glances, faster typing. I didn't say anything because I'm not that person who demands to see phones or creates problems where none exist. But the pattern continued. One night, she was in the shower and her phone lit up on the nightstand. Marcus. The preview showed, "Miss you too." I didn't unlock it, didn't go through her messages, just noted the phrase, "Miss you too." That's not spotter talk. I asked casually the next morning if Marcus was at the gym a lot. She said yeah, most days around the same time she went. Said he was helpful with form corrections. I asked how long she'd known him. She paused before answering. Said maybe a year. Before we met, I asked if they ever hung out outside the gym. She laughed and said no, it wasn't like that. They just happened to work out at the same time. 2 weeks later, I saw a text notification while we were watching a movie. Marcus again. Tonight was perfect. She grabbed the phone before I could say anything, said he'd hit a new personal record and was excited about it. The explanation made sense, but the speed at which she grabbed the phone didn't. I started paying closer attention, not snooping, just observing. She'd stay at the gym longer some nights, come home energized in a way that seemed different from a regular workout. I convinced myself I was being paranoid, that my last relationship ending badly was making me see things that weren't there. Then her friend Ashley had a birthday dinner. Jenna invited me. Most of her friend group was there. At one point, Ashley made a comment about how Jenna's dedication to fitness was impressive. Said something like, "Marcus must be keeping you motivated." The other girls laughed. Inside joke energy. Jenna changed the subject fast. I asked her about it later in the car. She said Ashley was just being dumb, that the friend group knew about her gym routine and made jokes, nothing deeper. I wanted to believe her, so I did. For another month until her phone died one afternoon and she asked to borrow mine to check something. She logged into her Instagram on my phone. Forgot to log out. That night, after she left, I opened the app, went to her messages, found Marcus, scrolled up. The conversation went back years, not months, years, long before she and I met. Photos, inside jokes, late night messages. "Can't wait to see you tomorrow." Heart emojis, references to things they'd done together. Restaurants, movies, a weekend trip upstate. I kept scrolling, found messages from 2 months ago, while we were together. "Wish you could stay longer tonight. This is getting harder. I know we said we'd figure it out." The dates matched nights she'd said she was at the gym late. The messages were detailed, personal. Not about fitness, about feelings, about history, about a relationship that clearly existed alongside ours. I confronted her the next day, showed her the messages on my phone, asked her to explain what I was reading. She cried immediately, said Marcus was complicated, that they'd dated years ago, broken up, stayed friends, that when she and I started dating she thought she was over him, but seeing him at the gym brought back feelings. She swore nothing physical happened after we got together, just emotional conversations, just confusion about old feelings resurfacing. I asked if that was supposed to make it better. She said no, said she knew it was wrong, that she should have told me, should have stopped going to that gym or talking to him, but she didn't know how to let go of someone who'd been in her life so long. I asked if she loved him. She said she didn't know, said she loved me too, that it wasn't about choosing, it was about being stuck between past and present. I told her that's exactly what choosing is. Being stuck means you haven't chosen. She begged for another chance, said she'd cut contact with Marcus, change gyms, do whatever it took. I asked if she'd already tried that. She admitted she had, 3 times. Said she kept going back because the pull was too strong. That's when I knew. You don't fight that hard to keep someone in your life if they're just a friend. You don't risk a relationship over a spotter. I ended things that day. She texted for weeks, said she'd actually cut contact this time, sent screenshots proving she'd blocked him, changed gyms. I didn't respond, because it wasn't about Marcus anymore. It was about the fact that for months she'd let me believe I was building something real while she was maintaining something else. That story ends there. The whole just a friend excuse only works when the friend isn't getting goodnight texts and weekend trips. When someone fights that hard to keep another person around while swearing it means nothing, they're lying to you or themselves. Either way, you're not the priority. Moving on to someone whose discovery wasn't in messages, but in an entire hidden device. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. We'd been together almost 2 years, lived together for 6 months. Everything felt stable, normal. Then his car started making a weird noise and he asked me to take it to the mechanic while he was at work. I agreed. On the drive there, I reached into the center console for a charging cable. Found a phone. Not his regular phone. A cheap Android in a black case. No lock screen password. I should have left it alone, brought it inside, asked him about it. but the fact that it was hidden made my hands move faster than my judgment. I unlocked it. One contact saved. Lena. Hundreds of messages. I pulled over, started reading. The messages went back 18 months, overlapping our entire relationship. Good morning texts, good night texts, I miss yous, plans to meet, references to inside jokes, photos I'd never seen, him in places I didn't know he'd been. The most recent message was from 2 days ago, her asking when he'd be free, him saying probably Thursday night. That was tomorrow. I kept scrolling, found messages about me, her asking if he was still with his girlfriend, him saying, yeah, but it's complicated, her asking if he was going to end it, him saying eventually, when the time was right. She said she was tired of waiting. He said he knew, that he appreciated her patience. I drove to the mechanic, left the car, took the phone with me, went home, called him at work, asked if he had plans Thursday night. He said no, probably just staying in. I asked if he was sure. He said, yeah, why? I told him I found the phone. Silence. Then excuses. Said it was an old work phone, that Lena was a colleague, that the messages were taken out of context. I read one out loud. I love falling asleep next to you. He said that was from before we were serious. I checked the date, 4 months ago. He came home early, tried to explain. Said Lena was someone he'd been seeing casually before we met. That when things got serious with me, he tried to end it with her, but she didn't want to let go, so he kept the separate phone to manage the situation, to avoid hurting her. I asked how many times he'd seen her in the last year. He said a few. I asked him to define a few. He said maybe once a month. I asked if he slept with her. He said no. I asked again. He said only twice, both times when we'd been fighting. I asked which fights. He couldn't name them, because they didn't exist or because there were too many to remember, which ones he used as justification. I told him to leave. He said we could work through this, that Lena meant nothing, that I was the one he wanted to be with. I asked why he told her he'd end things with me when the time was right. He said he was just telling her what she wanted to hear, to keep her calm. I asked why he needed to keep her calm. He didn't have an answer. He moved out that weekend, took his things, left the phone. I went through it completely, found photos, messages about their future, her talking about places they'd go, things they'd do, him playing along, encouraging it. Not once telling her clearly that he'd chosen me, because he hadn't. He'd chosen both, kept us separate, managed us like accounts, different phones, different days, different versions of himself. Lena eventually messaged the phone, asked where he'd been, said she missed him. I responded, told her who I was, that we'd been together 2 years, living together. She didn't believe me at first, said he told her I was just a roommate, that we were barely together. I sent her photos of us, of our apartment, of his things in our space. She stopped responding, then called. We talked for an hour, compared timelines, realised he'd been splitting time almost evenly, telling each of us the other barely mattered. Neither of us took him back. That story is over. Finding a whole second phone is like discovering a parallel life running alongside yours. The effort it takes to maintain that, the intention behind keeping everyone separate, shows it wasn't a mistake. It was a system. Let's hear about someone whose warning came from the person who knew them best. My best friend tried to warn me about my fiancé. Rachel and I had been friends since middle school. She knew me better than anyone. When I got engaged to Josh, she seemed happy, helped plan, talked about dresses. Then 3 weeks before the wedding, she asked to meet for coffee, said she needed to tell me something. I thought maybe she was pregnant or moving. She looked nervous. She told me she'd seen Josh with another woman, that they were having dinner, that the way they looked at each other didn't seem casual. I asked when. She said 2 nights ago. I told her Josh was with his cousin that night. Family dinner. She said she didn't think it was family. I asked what that meant. She said the woman kissed him, not on the cheek, on the mouth, and he kissed back. I felt my chest tighten. Told her she must have seen wrong, that Josh wouldn't do that, that maybe it looked different from where she was standing. Rachel pulled out her phone, showed me a photo. Josh and a woman I didn't recognize, sitting close, his hand on her face. The timestamp showed the night he said he was with family. I stared at the photo, tried to make it make sense. Rachel said she almost didn't tell me, that she went back and forth for days, but she couldn't let me marry him without knowing. I went home, confronted Josh, showed him the photo. He looked shocked, said that was his cousin. I asked which cousin. He said Sarah. I asked why he was kissing his cousin like that. He said it was a weird angle, that sometimes photos can look confusing. Rachel said it wasn't confusing, that she watched for 10 minutes before taking the picture, that they held hands walking to the car, that this wasn't family behaviour. I asked Josh to call this cousin. Right now, he said she was probably asleep. I said call her anyway. He hesitated, then said he didn't have her number saved anymore. Lost it when he changed phones. I asked him to get it from his mum. He said his mum was asleep too, that we could handle this tomorrow, that I was overreacting. I told him to leave. He tried to explain more, said Rachel must have misunderstood. That family's affectionate in his culture. I asked what culture. He's from Ohio. He left. I called off the wedding the next day. Rachel helped me cancel everything. Vendors, venue, guests, Jossie. H called 50 times, texted more, said he could explain. That it wasn't what it looked like. Never actually explained what it was. His mum called me, said I was ruining his life over a misunderstanding. I asked her about cousin Sarah. She paused, said Sarah was a family friend, not actually a cousin. I asked how close. She said they dated years ago, before me. I asked if they still talked. She said sometimes, that it was complicated, that I was being dramatic. I hung up. Josh showed up at my apartment, said we needed to talk, that he made a mistake, that Sarah meant nothing, that he loved me. I asked how long they'd been seeing each other. He said they weren't seeing each other. They just had dinner sometimes, that she was going through something, that he was helping. I asked if helping involved kissing. He said that was one time, that it didn't mean anything. I asked when. He said a few weeks ago. One time. I asked about the other times. He said there were no other times. I showed him my phone. Rachel had sent more photos, different dates, different locations, Josh and Sarah, over months. He sat down, said he didn't know how to end it with her, that she threatened to tell me if he stopped seeing her, that he was trying to protect me. I told him to get out. He did. Rachel stayed with me that week, helped me pack up everything Josh had left, his clothes, his books, the ring. I mailed it all back. Josh's friends started messaging, saying I gave up too easily, that relationships take work, that Rachel probably had her own agenda. I blocked them. Sarah messaged me, said she was sorry, that she didn't know Josh was engaged at first, that by the time she found out they were already involved, that she fell for him, that she thought he'd leave me, that he kept saying he would. I didn't respond. Josh tried one more time, showed up with flowers, said he'd go to therapy, that he'd never see Sarah again, that we could start over. I asked if he loved her. He said no. I asked if he slept with her. He didn't answer. I closed the door. That story's over. Having your best friend risk the friendship to show you the truth is the kind of loyalty most people never find. The fact that he had a whole explanation ready shows he'd been rehearsing it, probably knew this moment would come eventually. Our next story comes from someone who learned that family titles don't always mean what you think they mean. My girlfriend's cousin wasn't actually her cousin. I'd been dating Emma for about a year. She had this cousin Daniel who came up in conversation sometimes. She'd mention visiting him, getting lunch with him. He lived in the same city, seemed close to the family. I met him once at a family barbecue. Emma introduced him as her cousin. He seemed nice, friendly. We talked about sports. He left early. Emma said he had work. Over the next few months, Daniel's name kept coming up. Emma would say she was helping him with something, or that he needed advice. Once she stayed at his place when our apartment had a plumbing issue. Said it was easier than a hotel. Made sense. he was family. Then Emma's actual cousin reached out to me on social media. Her name was Beth. She said we needed to talk, that she'd been wanting to tell me something but didn't know how. I asked what. She said Daniel wasn't Emma's cousin. I said Emma introduced him that way. Beth said Emma introduced a lot of people that way, that Daniel was actually Emma's ex-boyfriend, that they dated for 3 years, broke up 6 months before Emma and I got together, that calling him cousin was easier than explaining why they still hung out. I felt my stomach drop. Asked Beth if she was sure. She sent me photos, Emma and Daniel together, clearly dating, pictures from years of trips, holidays, anniversaries. I confronted Emma that night, asked her directly who Daniel was. She said her cousin. I said I knew the truth. She asked what truth. I showed her the photos Beth sent. Emma got quiet, then said Betty. H was causing drama, that those photos were old, that Daniel was like family to her, even if they weren't blood related. I asked if they dated. She said briefly. A long time ago. I asked how long. She said it didn't matter. I asked why she lied. She said she didn't lie. She just didn't correct people's assumptions. That calling him her cousin was simpler. That people wouldn't understand their friendship. I asked what friendship. She said they stayed close after breaking up. That it was mature. That not all exes have to disappear. I asked if she still had feelings for him. She said no. That it was completely platonic now. I asked if he had feelings for her. She said she didn't think so. I asked if they'd ever done anything physical since we'd been together. She said no, absolutely not. That I was being paranoid. I asked why she stayed at his place during the plumbing issue. She said because he offered, that it was convenient, that nothing happened. I asked if she'd tell me the truth if something had happened. She said yes, but her voice wasn't convincing. I reached out to Daniel, asked him directly what his relationship with Emma was. He said they were friends. I said I knew they dated. He said that was years ago. I asked if he still loved her. He said that wasn't relevant. I asked if they'd been physical since Emma and I got together. He said that was between him and Emma, not him and me. That answer told me everything. I asked Emma again, told her Daniel wouldn't deny it. She broke down, said it happened once, early in our relationship, that she was confused, that she didn't. He'd know if she was over him, that she chose me, that it never happened again. I asked when. She said about 8 months ago. I asked where. She said his apartment. I asked if that was really the only time. She swore it was. I asked if she would have told me if I hadn't found out. She said eventually, maybe, that she didn't want to hurt me. I asked if she still saw him. She said sometimes, that they had mutual friends, that cutting him out completely wasn't realistic. I told her it needed to be realistic now, that I couldn't be with someone who kept an ex that close, especially one she'd been intimate with behind my back. She said I was being controlling, that she couldn't erase her past, that Daniel was part of her life. I said then I couldn't be. She asked if I was breaking up with her over one mistake. I said I was breaking up with her over months of lying, over calling him her cousin, over staying at his place, over acting like I was crazy for questioning any of it. She cried, said she'd cut contact with Daniel, that she'd do whatever it took. I said it was too late, that the trust was gone, that I'd never believe her when she said she was with family. She tried calling for weeks, texting, saying she missed me, that she made a terrible choice, that she wanted to prove she'd changed. I didn't respond. Beth messaged me later, said Emma and Daniel were back together, that it happened pretty quickly after we broke up, that she was sorry, that she should have told me sooner. I thanked her, told her it wasn't her responsibility, that Emma made her choices, that I was better off now. Wing, that story's over. The cousin lie is such a specific kind of deception because it makes you feel crazy for even questioning it. When someone has to relabel their ex as family to justify the closeness, that's not friendship. That's unfinished business they're keeping warm. Now let's talk about someone whose partner's co-worker knew things that should have stayed private. My boyfriend's co-worker knew way too much about us. I'd been with Ryan for 2 years. He worked at a tech company downtown. Talked about his co-workers sometimes. There was this woman, Mia, who he mentioned occasionally. Said she was on his team, that they worked on projects together. Nothing seemed off. Then one night we were at a company happy hour. Mia came up to me, introduced herself, said she'd heard so much about me. Started talking about things Ryan had told her, our vacation plans, my job, normal stuff. But then she mentioned an argument Ryan and I had the week before, specific details, things I didn't think Ryan would share at work. I asked how she knew about that. She laughed, said Ryan told her everything, that they were close, that he needed someone to vent to. I felt uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Later, I asked Ryan why he was sharing our personal fights with Mia. He said he wasn't, that maybe he mentioned we disagreed about something, that Mia was exaggerating. I let it go, but Mia kept coming up. She'd text Ryan late at night. He said it was work stuff, that projects had tight deadlines, that his team communicated constantly, made sense. Then Mia showed up at our apartment once. As she was in the neighbourhood, needed to drop off some files. Ryan seemed surprised, but let her in. She stayed for 20 minutes, looked around, commented on our furniture, our photos, said everything looked exactly how Ryan described it. That comment stuck with me. How much had he described? I started paying attention, noticed Mia knew things she shouldn't. Like what I got Ryan for his birthday, before I gave it to him. Like the restaurant we were going to for our anniversary. Like the fact that I'd been stressed about a work presentation. Things I hadn't posted anywhere. Things only Ryan knew. I asked him again. He said Mia was just observant, that she picked up on things, that I was reading into it. Then my friend saw them at lunch together. On a weekend, Ryan had said he was running Rands. My friend texted me a photo. Ryan and Mia, sitting close, laughing. I confronted him. He said it was a work lunch. I asked why he lied about errands. He said he forgot he'd made plans with Mia, that it wasn't a big deal. I asked if they hung out often outside work. He said sometimes, that it was casual. I asked if he'd told Mia about our relationship problems. He said he might have mentioned some things, that she was easy to talk to. I asked what he told her. He said just general stuff. I asked him to be specific. He said he told her we'd been fighting more, that he wasn't sure we were on the same page anymore, that he was confused about what he wanted. I asked when he told her this. He said recently. I asked if he told me. He said no, that he didn't want to start another fight. I asked if Mia gave him advice. He said she listened, that she understood him. I asked if he had feelings for her. He said it wasn't like that. I asked what it was like. He said Mia was a friend, that he needed someone outside the relationship to talk to. I said that's what friends are for, not co-workers who clearly wanted more. He said I was being jealous, that Mia didn't want more, that she had her own boyfriend. I asked why her boyfriend would be okay with late-night texts and weekend lunches. He said they were just friends. I told him to prove it, to stop talking to her outside work. He said that wasn't fair, that I couldn't control who he was friends with. I said I wasn't controlling anything, that I was setting a boundary, that if he wanted to stay with me, he needed to respect it. He said I was being unreasonable, that Mia was part of his life, that cutting her off would be awkward at work. I said then he needed to choose, me or whatever this was with Mia. He said I was making him choose over nothing. I said it clearly wasn't nothing if he wouldn't stop. He chose her, didn't say it directly, but he wouldn't agree to my boundary, said we needed space, that maybe we weren't right for each other. We broke up that week. A mutual friend told me Ryan and Mia started dating 2 months later, that apparently everyone at his company knew they had chemistry, that people were waiting for us to break up. That story ends there. When someone's co-worker knows the details of your fights before you've even processed them yourself, they've already become the person your partner turns to. First, the fact that he chose keeping her close over keeping you should have been the answer all along. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I should have known from the start. The way she talked about Marcus, how she'd mention his name in casual conversation, always finding reasons to bring him up. She said he was her spotter, that they worked out together sometimes, that he gave her advice on form and technique. I thought it was normal. People make friends at the gym. It didn't seem like a big deal. But then I noticed she started going to the gym more often. Used to be 3 times a week. Then it became 5. Then 6. She'd stay longer too. What used to be an hour became 2 hours, sometimes 3. When I asked about it, she said she was really into her fitness journey, that Marcus was helping her reach her goals, that having a workout partner kept her motivated. I supported it, told her I was proud of her dedication. She seemed happy, more energetic, more focused on her appearance. I thought it was just confidence from getting in shape. Then one night, her phone died while we were watching a movie. She asked if she could use mine to check something. I handed it over, without thinking. She opened her messages. I saw her face change. She quickly handed the phone back, said she'd just wait until hers charged. But I'd already seen enough. There was a message preview from Marcus. It said something about missing her, about wishing they had more time together. I didn't say anything right away. Just let it sit in my mind. Tried to convince myself it was innocent, that gym friends talk like that I was reading into it. The next day, I checked her phone while she was in the shower. I know it was wrong, but I needed to know. The messages with Marcus went back years, not months, years. They'd known each other long before she told me about him. The texts weren't about workouts. They were about feelings, about missing each other, about stolen moments when they could see each other without anyone knowing, about how hard it was to pretend they were just friends. I scrolled back months, found messages from times when she told me she was working late, times when she said she was with her sister, times when she claimed she had errands to run. She was with him. I confronted her that night, asked her directly about Marcus. She said he was just a friend. I told her I saw the messages. She went pale, started crying, said it wasn't what it looked like, that Marcus was from her past, that they used to date years ago, that they stayed friends after breaking up, that she should have told me but didn't want me to feel weird about it. I asked why the messages sounded like more than friendship. She said Marcus still had feelings for her, that she'd been trying to let him down gently, that she didn't want to hurt him. I asked if she had feelings for him. She said no, that she loved me, that Marcus was just confused about their friendship. I wanted to believe her, but something felt wrong. I asked to see her phone. She hesitated, said I was being controlling, that I needed to trust her. I said if there was nothing to hide, then showing me shouldn't be a problem. She unlocked her phone and handed it over. But I noticed she'd been typing something right before. I opened her messages with Marcus. The conversation from earlier was gone. She'd deleted it. I asked why. She said she panicked, that she didn't want me to misunderstand. I asked what there was to misunderstand. She started crying harder, said she needed space, that this relationship was becoming toxic, that I was acting jealous and paranoid. I backed off for a few days, didn't bring up Marcus, tried to act normal, but I couldn't stop thinking about those messages, about the years of history she'd hidden, about the late-night texts. I started paying more attention, noticed she'd come home from the gym smelling like cologne sometimes, not her usual scent, something masculine. When I asked about it, she said the gym must have changed their air freshener, that it smelled different lately. I didn't push it, just filed it away with everything else that didn't add up. Then one night she said she was going to a late workout session, said the gym was less crowded after 9, that she preferred it that way. I said I'd come with her. She looked panicked, said she needed this time to herself, that working out was her stress relief, that having me there would make her self-conscious. I suggested we could work out separately, just be at the same gym. She said no, got defensive, said I was being clingy, that she needed independence. I let her go, but I followed her, parked down the street from the gym, watched her walk in, then watched Marcus pull up 10 minutes later, watched them leave together an hour later. They didn't go back to their cars. They walked to a coffee shop across the street, sat close, held hands across the table. I drove home. Didn't confront her when she got back, just told her we needed to talk the next day. She knew something was wrong. Asked what was going on. I said I needed to sleep on it first. The next morning I told her what I saw. She broke down completely, said she didn't mean for it to happen, that she and Marcus had reconnected at the gym 6 months ago. That old feelings came back, that she tried to fight it but couldn't, that she loved both of us, that she didn't know what to do. I asked if they'd been physical. She said yes, that it happened a few times, that she felt terrible about it, that she wanted to end things with him but didn't know how. I asked how long she'd been lying to me. She said since Marcus came back into her life. 6 months of lies. 6 months of pretending everything was normal while she was seeing someone else. I asked if she ever planned to tell me. She said she didn't know, that she was confused, that she needed time to figure out what she wanted. I told her I was done, that I wasn't going to be an option while she figured herself out, that she should have been honest from the start, that hiding a years-long history with someone she was spending hours with every week was betrayal enough, that actually sleeping with him while lying to me about it was something I couldn't forgive. She begged me to stay, said she'd cut off Marcus completely, that she chose me, that it was a mistake. I asked if it was a mistake every single time she lied about where she was, every time she deleted messages, every time she came home smelling like him, every time she made me feel crazy for noticing something was off. She didn't have an answer for that, just kept saying she was sorry, that she loved me, that she'd do anything to fix it. I packed a bag that day, told her I needed space, that I couldn't be in the same apartment while I processed everything. I stayed with a friend for a week. She texted constantly, saying she missed me, that she'd ended things with Marcus, that she was ready to work on us. I didn't respond, just let her messages pile up. Then Marcus texted me. Don't know how he got my number. He said he was sorry, that he never meant to come between us, that he'd stepped back, that she was all mine now, like she was property to be traded, like their affair was just some minor inconvenience. I blocked him, blocked her too, decided I was done with both of them. That story ends there. When someone hides years of history with a person they see regularly, that's intentional deception. The gym friend story falls apart the moment you realise they were never just friends. Some people keep their backup plan in plain sight and call it motivation. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. We'd been together for 3 years, living together for 1. I thought everything was solid. We talked about marriage, about buying a house, about starting a family. He seemed committed, attentive, present. Then I borrowed his car to run errands. Mine was in the shop. He said take his, handed me the keys without hesitation. I thought nothing of it. I was looking for the registration in his glove box when I found it. A phone I'd never seen before. Small. Old model. Screen was cracked. It was plugged into a charger tucked behind some papers. The phone was on silent, but the screen lit up with notifications. I saw the name Lena. Multiple messages from Lena. I didn't open them right away, just stared at the phone, trying to figure out why my boyfriend would have a second phone hidden in his car. I sat there for 20 minutes, debating whether to look, knowing I should wait and ask him first, but also knowing that if there was an innocent explanation, he would have mentioned this phone before, would have had it in the house, wouldn't have hidden it behind registration papers in a glove box. I opened the messages, hundreds of texts between him and Lena, going back 2 years. 2 years of our 3-year relationship. Messages about meeting up, about missing each other, about how hard it was to keep their relationship secret, about loving each other, about planning a future together. I scrolled through months of conversations, found messages from nights when he said he was working late, found messages from weekends when he said he was visiting his brother, found messages from the week I was out of town visiting my family. He'd spent that entire week with Lena, told her he wished they didn't have to hide, that he wanted to be with her openly, that he was working on ending things with me, that he just needed to find the right time, that he didn't want to hurt me, but he loved her, that she was the one he wanted to build a life with. I drove home, left his car in the driveway, took the phone inside, put it on the kitchen counter, waited for him to get home from work. When he walked in, he saw the phone immediately. His face went white. He asked where I found it. I said his glove box. He asked if I looked through it. I said yes. He sat down, put his head in his hands. Didn't say anything for a long time. I asked who Lena was. He said someone he'd been seeing. I asked for how long. He said 2 years. I asked if he loved her. He said yes. I asked if he loved me. He said he thought he did. That he was confused. That he never meant for any of this to happen. I asked how they met. He said through work. That she was in a different department. That they started talking at company events. That it became more over time. That he tried to stop it but couldn't. I asked why he didn't just break up with me. He said he didn't want to hurt me. That he cared about me. That he thought maybe his feelings for Lena would fade. That he was trying to figure out what he wanted. I asked what he told Lena about me. He said she knew about me, that she was okay with it, that she understood he needed time, that she was willing to wait. I asked if he was planning to choose her. He said he didn't know, that he loved us both differently, that breaking up with either of us felt impossible. I told him he didn't get to keep both, that he needed to decide right now. He said he couldn't make that decision under pressure, that he needed time to think. I said he'd had 2 years to think, that he made his choice every time he lied to me, every time he snuck around with her, every time he told her he wanted a future while telling me the same thing. He said it wasn't that simple. I said it was exactly that simple. I asked if they'd talked about me. He said sometimes. I asked what he told her. He said he told her we had problems, that we weren't compatible long term, that he was staying out of obligation. None of that was true. We didn't have problems. We were happy. At least I thought we were. He'd created a narrative where I was the wrong choice so he could justify what he was doing. I asked if she believed him. He said yes, that she thought he was trapped in an unhappy relationship, that she saw herself as saving him. I asked if he ever corrected that story. He said no, that it was easier to let her think that. I told him to leave. He asked if we could talk about it more. I said no, that there was nothing left to talk about, that he'd been living a double life for 2 years, that every moment we'd shared was built on lies. He packed a bag, said he'd come back for the rest of his things later, asked if I was sure this was what I wanted. I said I was sure. I didn't want to be with someone who needed a secret phone to maintain a second relationship. He left that night, texted me the next day saying he was sorry, that he never meant to hurt me, that he hoped I could forgive him someday. I didn't respond. That story is over. A hidden phone is never about privacy. It's about maintaining parallel lives where both people believe they're the only one. The fact that he couldn't choose, even when caught, shows he wanted to keep both options open indefinitely. Our next story comes from someone whose girlfriend's workout partner turned out to be more than just a spotter. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I'd been dating Sarah for about 1.5 years when I started noticing something off about her gym routine. She'd always been into fitness, which I appreciated. But about 6 months ago, she started mentioning this guy, Marcus, constantly. Marcus showed me a new deadlift technique. Marcus says I should increase my protein intake. Marcus thinks I'm ready to compete in a local bodybuilding competition. At first, I thought it was cool that she had a knowledgeable gym partner helping her reach her goals. Marcus was apparently a personal trainer who worked at her gym and had offered to give her some informal coaching during their overlapping workout times. Sarah showed me pictures of her progress, and she looked amazing, more toned and confident than ever. I was proud of her dedication. But then the mentions of Marcus became more frequent and more detailed. She'd come home and spend 20 minutes telling me about conversations they'd had between sets, how Marcus had opened up about his divorce, how they'd grabbed protein shakes after their workout and talked about life goals, how Marcus had this incredibly inspiring story about overcoming addiction and rebuilding his life through fitness. I suggested meeting Marcus since he seemed to be such an important part of Sarah's life now. She said that would be weird, that the gym was her space and she didn't want to mix her relationship with her fitness journey, that I wouldn't understand the gym culture they had going. When I pressed her on why it would be weird for me to meet someone she spent hours with multiple times per week, she got defensive, said I was being insecure and that she was allowed to have friends. The late night texts started around that same time. Sarah's phone would buzz at 11 or midnight, and she'd smile at the screen before typing back quickly. When I asked who was texting so late, she'd say it was Marcus sending her workout plans for the next day or motivational messages about staying consistent with her training. She started sleeping with her phone face down on the nightstand, something she'd never done before. I noticed she'd also changed her gym schedule without telling me. She used to go at 6 in the morning before work. Now she was going at 8 at night and staying until 10 or later. She said Marcus could only train her during evening hours because of his client's schedule. But when I looked up the gym's hours online, I saw they closed at 9 on weekdays. One Saturday, Sarah told me she was meeting Marcus for a special training session to prepare for that competition she'd mentioned. She left at noon and didn't come back until almost 8 that evening. When I asked how the training went, she was vague, said they'd worked on posing and stage presence, that it had taken longer than expected because Marcus was such a perfectionist about form. I decided to check the gym's Instagram page to see if they'd posted anything about competition prep or training sessions. What I found made my stomach drop. The gym had posted a photo from that Saturday showing their main workout floor. It was completely empty except for one staff member at the front desk. The caption mentioned they'd had low turnout that day due to a local marathon most members were participating in. Sarah hadn't been at the gym for 8 hours. She'd been somewhere else with Marcus. When I confronted her that night, she initially stuck to her story. Said the Instagram photo must have been from earlier in the day, before she and Marcus arrived. But I'd checked the timestamp. The photo was posted at 2 in the afternoon, with a caption specifically mentioning how dead the gym had been all day. She finally admitted they hadn't been at the gym. They'd gone to Marcus's apartment to use his home gym setup, because the regular gym was too crowded. She said it was perfectly innocent and that I was overreacting to a simple change of location. When I asked why she'd lied about it, she said she knew I'd get weird about her going to another man's apartment. I asked to see her phone. She refused, said I was being controlling and that she deserved privacy. We argued for over an hour before she finally unlocked it and handed it over. The messages with Marcus went back 2 years, long before she'd ever mentioned him to me, before we'd even started dating. The early messages were flirty, but could have been explained as friendly banter. But as I scrolled forward, they became explicitly romantic. Marcus calling her beautiful, Sarah sending him photos in her workout clothes, asking if he liked the outfit, messages about missing each other when one of them was out of town, references to inside jokes and shared memories I knew nothing about. There were messages from 3 months into our relationship where Marcus asked if she'd told me about him yet. Sarah had responded that she didn't know how to explain their situation, that she cared about me but wasn't ready to give up what they had. Marcus had said he understood, but that it was getting harder to share her. I found messages from nights when Sarah had told me she was going to bed early because she had an early morning. She'd actually been texting Marcus until 2 or 3 in the morning. Detailed conversations about their feelings for each other, about whether they should try to make things official, about whether Sarah should break up with me. The most recent messages were from that same Saturday she'd claimed to be training. They'd spent the afternoon at his apartment. The messages afterward made it clear they'd done more than work out. Marcus had texted her that evening saying he'd never felt that connected to anyone. Sarah had responded with heart emojis and said she couldn't stop thinking about him. When I confronted Sarah with the evidence, she broke down crying. She admitted that Marcus wasn't just a gym friend, that they'd met at the gym 2 years ago and had started a relationship that had been on and off ever since. That when she and I started dating, she'd thought her feelings for Marcus would fade. that she'd tried to keep their relationship platonic, but had failed. She said Marcus knew about me from the beginning, that he'd been okay with her dating other people because he wasn't ready for anything serious after his divorce. But recently, he'd started pushing her to choose, to either commit to him fully or end things completely. She'd been trying to figure out what she wanted. I asked how many times she'd been with him during our relationship. She said she didn't know, that it had happened sporadically whenever they both felt the pull, that sometimes months would go by without anything physical. Other times, they'd see each other multiple times a week. I asked if she loved him. She said yes. I asked if she loved me. She said yes. I told her she needed to leave. She begged me to let her explain more, to understand that she never meant to hurt anyone, that she'd been confused about her feelings, that she thought she could make it work with both of us somehow. I packed her things while she sat on the couch crying. She kept saying Marcus's name, saying she needed to talk to him, that she needed to figure out what this meant for them. Even in that moment when our relationship was ending, she was more concerned about him than about what she'd done to me. She left that night, texted me the next day asking if we could talk. I blocked her number. 2 weeks later, I saw on Instagram that she'd made her relationship with Marcus official. They were posting couple photos at the gym, the same gym where she'd claimed he was just a friend who helped her with her form. That story is over. When someone's gym friend knows intimate details about their life, gets late-night texts, and requires lies about whereabouts, they stopped being just a workout partner a long time ago. The 2-year timeline shows this wasn't a mistake or confusion. It was a calculated double life. Speaking of secret phones and hidden relationships, this next story comes from someone who discovered their boyfriend had been maintaining an entire second life through a device they were never supposed to find. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. I'd been dating Ryan for 3 years. We'd moved in together after the first year and had started talking seriously about getting engaged. He was thoughtful and attentive, always remembered important dates and made me feel like a priority in his life. I had no reason to suspect anything was wrong. Last month, I borrowed Ryan's car to run errands because mine was in the shop for routine maintenance. He'd left for a work trip that morning and wouldn't be back until the weekend. I was looking for the registration paperwork in his glove compartment when I found a phone I'd never seen before. It was an older iPhone model tucked behind the manual and some napkins. At first, I thought maybe it was an old phone he'd forgotten about. But when I pressed the power button, it turned on immediately, fully charged with a recent battery indicator. The lock screen showed several unread messages from a contact saved as just the letter L. I didn't have his passcode for this phone. Obviously, I knew the code for his regular phone. We'd shared those with each other early in our relationship for convenience. But this was different. This was a phone I wasn't supposed to know existed. I sat in the car for probably 20 minutes trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to confront him immediately, but he was on a work trip, and I knew if I called him about it, he'd have time to come up with a story. I decided to wait until he got home, so I could see his face when I asked him about it. I took the phone inside and spent the next 3 days obsessing over it. I tried common passcodes. His birthday, my birthday, our anniversary. Nothing worked. The phone stayed locked, and the messages from Elle kept coming in. I could see the preview text on the lock screen. Miss you, can't wait to see you this weekend, thinking about last time. When Ryan got home Friday night, I was waiting with the phone on the kitchen table. He walked in smiling and talking about his trip, stopped mid-sentence when he saw what I was holding. His face went completely white. He asked where I found it. I told him. He sat down without saying anything for a full minute. Then he started explaining. He said the phone belonged to a co-worker who'd asked him to hold on to it, that she was going through a divorce and didn't want her husband tracking her messages, that he'd agreed to keep it in his car as a favour, that he'd forgotten it was even there. I asked why a co-worker would trust him with something that sensitive, why she wouldn't just keep it with her, why the messages sounded romantic if it was just about avoiding a controlling spouse. He said I was reading into things, that the messages were probably from the woman's lawyer or therapist, that I was jumping to conclusions based on incomplete information. I asked him to unlock it. He said he couldn't, that he didn't know the passcode because it wasn't his phone. I asked him to call this co-worker right now and get the code so we could clear this up. He said it was late and he didn't want to bother her, that this was an invasion of her privacy, that I was being unreasonable. We argued for hours. He maintained that the phone wasn't his and that I was creating drama over nothing. I said if that was true, he should have no problem proving it. He refused, said I either trusted him or I didn't. That asking him to violate a co-worker's privacy to satisfy my paranoia was crossing a line. The next morning I did something I'm not proud of. I went through Ryan's laptop while he was in the shower. I found backup files from the mysterious phone synced to his iCloud account. Messages going back 2 years with someone named Lena. Thousands of messages, photos, videos, an entire relationship I knew nothing about. The messages showed they'd met at a conference 3 years ago. Right around the time Ryan and I had started dating, they'd exchanged numbers and started talking. The conversations quickly became flirty. Within a month, they were making plans to see each other. Lena lived in another state, but travelled frequently for work. The messages showed they'd been meeting up whenever her schedule brought her to our city or when Ryan's work trips took him to hers. They'd spent weekends together, celebrated holidays, made plans for a future that included both of them leaving their current partners. There were messages about me. Ryan had told Lena I was temporary, that he was planning to end things but hadn't found the right time, that he cared about me but knew long-term we weren't compatible. None of that was true, or at least I'd never sensed any of those feelings from him. The most recent messages were from his work trip. The trip I'd thought was for business. He'd actually been with Lena the entire time. They'd spent 4 days together at a resort 2 hours from where his conference was supposedly happening. The photos showed them hiking, having romantic dinners, lying on a beach together. When Ryan got out of the shower, I had his laptop open to the messages. He saw what I was looking at and immediately started trying to explain. He said Lena was complicated, that they'd met before he realised how serious our relationship would become, that he'd tried to end things with her multiple times but she kept pulling him back in, that he loved me and wanted to be with me but didn't know how to let her go. I asked how long he'd been planning to keep both of us. He said he wasn't planning anything, that he was trying to figure out what he wanted, that the situation had gotten out of control and he didn't know how to fix it. I asked if Lena knew about me. He said yes, that she knew he had a girlfriend but thought it wasn't serious. I told him to get out. He asked if we could talk about it. I said no, that there was nothing to talk about, that he'd been living a double life for our entire relationship, that every moment we'd shared was a lie. He packed a bag and left, sent me a text later that day saying he was sorry, that he never meant for things to go this far, that he hoped someday I could understand. I never responded, changed the locks the next week, blocked him on everything. 3 months later, I heard through mutual friends that he and Lena had broken up, that she'd found out he'd been lying to her too, that there had been other women besides me, that the phone I'd found was just one of several he'd been using to keep his different lives separate. That story wraps up there. A hidden phone is never about privacy. It's about maintaining parallel lives where everyone believes they're the only one. The fact that there were multiple phones for multiple women shows this wasn't confusion about feelings. It was systematic deception on a scale most people can't even imagine. Let's move on to something that shows just how tangled these situations can get when people assume someone is just a friend. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I started dating Emma about a year ago. We met through mutual friends at a party, and things moved pretty naturally from there. She was funny, ambitious, worked in marketing, and spent a lot of time at the gym. She'd been into fitness for years, and had this whole routine she followed religiously. Early morning workouts before work, evening sessions on days when she had meetings, weekend classes when her schedule allowed it. About 3 months into our relationship, she started mentioning Marcus, her spotter at the gym, the guy who helped her with heavy lifts and made sure her form was correct. She'd bring him up casually during dinner conversations or when she was telling me about her workout. Marcus said this exercise would be better for my goals. Marcus suggested I try a different protein powder. Marcus thinks I should focus more on compound movements. I didn't think much of it at first. Gym people have gym friends. That's normal. They bond over fitness stuff that I frankly didn't understand or care about. Emma would sometimes show me videos Marcus had sent of proper lifting techniques or articles about training programs. It all seemed educational and professional. But then I noticed she was texting him constantly, not just during gym hours, late at night when we were watching movies, during dinners with my family, first thing in the morning before she was even out of bed. When I mentioned it seemed like a lot of communication for a gym buddy, Emma said they'd become good friends, that they talked about more than just fitness, that he was going through a rough breakup and needed support. That explanation made sense to me. People can be friends with the opposite sex without it being romantic. I didn't want to be that controlling boyfriend who gets jealous over normal friendships. So I let it go and tried not to pay attention to how often her phone lit up with messages from Marcus. Then Emma started adjusting her schedule to match his. She'd change her workout times if Marcus was going to be there at a different hour. She'd skip evening sessions with me to go to the gym when he was available. She started going to a different location across town because Marcus had switched gyms and she wanted to keep working with him. I asked if maybe we could work out together sometime. Emma said I wouldn't enjoy her type of training, that it was really intense and focused, that Marcus had helped her develop a specific program that required a certain kind of partner who understood the goals. She made it sound like I'd be in the way. One weekend, Emma said she was going to a fitness seminar with some people from the gym, an all-day workshop about nutrition and training techniques. She left Saturday morning and got back Sunday evening, spent the whole time learning from experts and networking with other fitness enthusiasts. She seemed energized when she got home, talked about everything she'd learned and how motivated she felt. Except her friend Sarah mentioned seeing Emma at a restaurant downtown Saturday night. Sarah had waved, but Emma apparently didn't notice her. When I asked Emma about it, she said Sarah must have been mistaken, that she'd been at the seminar hotel all evening, that maybe someone looked similar. I started paying more attention after that. Emma's stories about the gym became increasingly detailed, but also somehow vague. She'd talk about specific exercises Marcus had shown her, but couldn't quite explain where they'd been or who else was around. She'd mention conversations they'd had, but the details would shift slightly each time she retold them. Then I saw her phone unlocked on the counter while she was in the shower. I'd never been the type to snoop before, had always believed privacy was important in relationships, but something felt wrong and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I opened her messages with Marcus. The conversation went back years, not months, years. Long before Emma and I had started dating. Long before she'd told me she even knew who Marcus was. The early messages showed they'd dated for 2 years before breaking up about 6 months before I met Emma. The recent messages weren't about gym routines or fitness advice. They were about us. About Emma's confusion over her feelings. About whether she'd made a mistake ending things with Marcus. About whether she should tell me the truth or just keep things as they were. Marcus had asked multiple times if she'd told me about their history. Emma kept saying she would, eventually. That she just needed to find the right time. That she didn't want to complicate things when everything with me was going so well. There were messages from the weekend of the supposed seminar. They'd gone to the coast together, stayed at a hotel, spent 2 days talking about whether they should try again. The messages after that weekend showed Emma telling Marcus she needed space to think, that she cared about him but wasn't sure what she wanted, that being with me was easier, but being with him felt more real. When Emma got out of the shower, I asked her directly about Marcus, about their actual history, about what was really going on. She tried to downplay it at first, said they'd dated briefly years ago but it hadn't worked out, that they'd stayed friends because they had so much in common. that she hadn't mentioned it because she didn't think it mattered. I showed her the messages I'd read. She got quiet, said she should have told me from the beginning, that she'd been confused about her feelings but had chosen me, that the weekend at the coast had helped her realize she wanted to be with me, not him. I asked why she'd needed to go away with her ex-boyfriend to figure that out. She said it was complicated, that she and Marcus had unresolved issues that needed closure, that she'd planned to tell me everything afterward, but then things with us had been so good she didn't want to ruin it. The thing that bothered me most wasn't even the lies or the weekend away. It was realizing every story she'd told me about Marcus had been carefully edited. Every casual mention of her gym friend had been a sanitized version of what was really happening. She'd been managing my perception of their relationship for months, while maintaining something with him that she knew I wouldn't be okay with. I asked if she'd been physically involved with Marcus during our relationship. She said no, that nothing physical had happened since we'd started dating, that the weekend at the coast had been about talking and figuring things out. I asked if I should believe that given everything else she'd lied about. She didn't have an answer. That story ends there. Someone who feels the need to hide years of romantic history and pretend their ex is just a casual friend isn't someone who's ready to be honest in a relationship. The gym buddy story was just easier to tell than the truth about still being emotionally entangled with someone from her past. Now we've got another phone situation, but this one showed just how elaborate some people's deceptions can get. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. I'd been with Ryan for about 2 years, living together for 6 months. He worked in sales and travelled occasionally for conferences or client meetings. Normal job stuff that required him to be responsive and available. He always had his phone on him, would answer texts immediately, took calls even during dinner sometimes. One afternoon I borrowed his car because mine was getting serviced. I was reaching under the passenger seat for a water bottle that had rolled back there when my hand hit something plastic. I pulled it out and found a phone I'd never seen before. Not Ryan's usual iPhone with the cracked screen protector. This was a different model, older, in a plain black case. I tried to turn it on, but it was dead. I plugged it into the car charger and waited. The phone powered up and went straight to the lock screen. No password required, just a swipe to open. The messages were all from someone named Lena, hundreds of them going back over a year. The most recent was from 2 days ago. I started reading and immediately felt sick. Lena wasn't a co-worker or a friend. The messages made it clear they'd been together for almost as long as Ryan and I had been together. She lived in another state but travelled frequently for work. The messages showed they'd been meeting up whenever her schedule brought her to our city or when Ryan's work trips took him to hers. They'd spent weekends together, celebrated holidays, made plans for a future that included both of them leaving their current partners. There were messages about me. Ryan had told Lena I was temporary, that he was planning to end things but hadn't found the right time, that he cared about me but knew long-term we weren't compatible. None of that was true, or at least I'd never sensed any of those feelings from him. The most recent messages were from his work trip, the trip I'd thought was for business. He'd actually been with Lena the entire time. They'd spent 4 days together at a resort 2 hours from where his conference was supposedly happening. The photos showed them hiking, having romantic dinners, lying on a beach together. When Ryan got home that evening, I had the phone sitting on our kitchen counter. He walked in and saw it immediately. His face went completely white. He asked where I'd found it. I told him. He sat down at the table and put his head in his hands. I asked him to explain. He said he'd met Lena at a work conference 3 years ago, before we'd started dating. They'd kept in touch and eventually started something when they'd crossed paths for work events. By the time things between us got serious, he was already involved with her and didn't know how to end it. He said he loved us both, that we offered him different things, that he'd been trying to figure out what to do but kept putting off the decision because he didn't want to hurt anyone. I asked if Lena knew about me. He said yes, that she knew he had a girlfriend but didn't know we lived together or how serious things were. I asked what he'd told her about our future. He said he'd told her what she wanted to hear, same as he'd been doing with me. I asked how many phones he had. He said 2. This one for Lena and his regular phone for everything else. I asked if there were other women. He said no, just Lena, just this one situation that had gotten out of control. I told him to leave. He asked if we could talk about it. I said there was nothing to talk about, that he'd been living a double life for years, that every moment we'd shared had been a lie because he was sharing those same moments with someone else. He packed some things and left, texted me the next day saying he was sorry, that he never meant for it to go this far, that he'd been weak and selfish, that he hoped I could forgive him someday. I never responded. Changed the locks that week, blocked him everywhere. 2 months later I heard through a mutual friend that he and Lena had broken up too, that she'd found out he'd been lying to her about the timeline of our relationship, that he'd told her we'd broken up months before we actually did, that when she confronted him with proof we'd still been together, he'd tried to lie his way out of it and she'd ended things. That story wraps up there. Finding a secret phone is discovering that the person you thought you knew has been performing a completely different version of themselves depending on which device they're holding. The separate phone wasn't about privacy. It was about maintaining 2 entirely different realities where both women believed they were the priority. Our next story involves someone who tried to give a warning that got ignored until it was almost too late. My best friend tried to warn me about my fiancé. She didn't believe me at first. I showed her the messages and she said I must have misunderstood the context, that Josh was probably just being friendly with some girl at work, that I was overreacting because I'd been cheated on before. Rachel wasn't the type to cause drama. We'd been friends since middle school and she'd always been the rational one, the one who thought things through before speaking. So when she asked to meet me for coffee 2 weeks before my wedding and said she had something important to tell me, I knew it was serious. She looked uncomfortable when I sat down, kept stirring her coffee even though she'd already added sugar. Finally, she said she'd seen Josh with another woman, that they were at a restaurant downtown, that she'd watched them for 20 minutes before the tie. Ding, she needed to tell me. I asked what they were doing. Rachel said they were sitting close, holding hands across the table, that at one point Josh had leaned over and kissed her. Not a friendly kiss, a real kiss. I felt like I'd been punched. Rachel said she'd taken photos because she knew I might not believe her. She showed me her phone. There was Josh in the restaurant booth, with a blonde woman I'd never seen before, their hands intertwined on the table. Another photo of them kissing. I asked when this happened. Rachel said 3 nights ago, Thursday evening. I remembered Thursday. Josh had said he was working late on a presentation, that he'd probably grab dinner near the office and be home around 10. I'd spent the evening addressing wedding invitations by myself. When I confronted Josh that night, he denied everything at first, said Rachel must have seen someone who looked like him, that she was probably jealous of our relationship and trying to sabotage the wedding. But when I showed him the photos, he couldn't keep lying. He admitted he'd been seeing this woman. Her name was Vanessa. They'd met at his gym 6 months earlier. He said it wasn't serious, that he'd been having cold feet about the wedding and Vanessa was just a distraction, that he loved me and wanted to marry me, that this thing with Vanessa was already over. I asked if it was over. He hesitated, said he'd told Vanessa earlier that day that he couldn't see her anymore, that the wedding was in 2 weeks and he needed to focus on our future. I called off the wedding. Josh begged me to reconsider, said he'd made a mistake but that we could work through it, that cancelling everything would be an overreaction, that everyone makes mistakes when they're stressed about major life changes. I told him to leave. He moved out that weekend. My family was supportive, but I could tell some of them thought I was being hasty, that cold feet was normal, that maybe we could postpone instead of cancel completely. Rachel was the only one who understood why I couldn't marry someone who'd been cheating on me weeks before our wedding. 2 months later, I found out through mutual friends that Josh and Vanessa were officially together, that apparently their relationship had been going on longer than 6 months. that multiple people had seen them together over the past year, but nobody had wanted to tell me. That Joss H had actually introduced Vanessa to some of his friends as his girlfriend. While we were engaged, while we were planning our wedding, I called Rachel to thank her for being brave enough to tell me the truth when nobody else would, for taking those photos even though it was awkward, for giving me the information I needed to make the right decision about my future. She said that's what real friends do, that she'd rather have me angry at her for ruining my wedding than watch me marry someone who'd been lying to me. That story comes to an end there. Sometimes the friend who delivers the worst news is actually showing you the most love. Rachel risked their entire friendship to stop OP from marrying someone who was actively cheating weeks before the ceremony. The fact that multiple people knew but stayed silent shows how many folks will choose comfort over honesty, even when it matters most. Speaking of people pretending to be something they're not, this next story involves someone who discovered their girlfriend's cousin wasn't actually family. My girlfriend's family was really close. They had dinner together every Sunday, celebrated every holiday as a group. Her parents treated me like I was already part of the family after just a few months of dating. One person who was always around was Daniel. Sarah introduced him as her cousin. He was at every family gathering, sitting at the table during dinners, helping her dad with projects around the house, playing with the younger kids at birthday parties. Daniel seemed like a good guy, friendly, easy to talk to. He'd ask about my work and remember details from previous conversations. Sarah's mum clearly adored him, would always make sure he got extra servings of his favourite dishes, would ask about his job and his apartment, the way you'd check in on a nephew you cared about. I noticed Sarah and Daniel were close. They'd have inside jokes I didn't understand. Would sometimes step outside together during parties to talk privately. But I figured that was normal for cousins who'd grown up together. About 8 months into our relationship, I was at Sarah's parents' house for Sunday dinner. Her aunt and uncle were visiting from out of state, people I hadn't met before. During dinner, Sarah's uncle made a comment about how nice it was to finally meet Sarah's boyfriend. He was looking at me, but then Sarah's aunt laughed and said, they'd already met Daniel last Christmas. There was this weird silence. Sarah's mum changed the subject quickly, started asking about their drive into town, but I couldn't stop thinking about what the aunt had said. After dinner, I asked Sarah about it. She said her aunt was confused, that Daniel had been at Christmas last year, but obviously not as her boyfriend, just as family. I let it go, but something felt off. A few weeks later, I was helping Sarah's dad clean out his garage. We were sorting through old photo albums he wanted to donate. I saw pictures of Sarah and Daniel together. High school photos, college graduation, vacation pictures from what looked like romantic trips, beach sunsets, holding hands, kissing. I asked Sarah's dad about the photos. He looked uncomfortable, said though were from before, that Sarah and Daniel had dated for years but it didn't work out, that they'd stayed close because their families were so connected. I asked what he meant by their families being connected. He said Daniel's parents and Sarah's parents were best friends, had been since college, that Daniel wasn't actually Sarah's cousin, that he'd always just been part of their family dynamic. I felt sick. Sarah had been lying to me for 8 months about who Daniel was. Every Sunday dinner, every holiday, every time I'd watch them laugh together or step outside to talk, she'd been spending time with her ex-boyfriend while telling me he was her cousin. When I confronted Sarah, she admitted that yes, she and Daniel had dated for 5 years. They'd broken up about a year before she and I met. She said they'd decided to stay friends because their families were so intertwined that it would have been too complicated to cut him out completely. I asked why she'd lied and called him her cousin. Sarah said she knew I'd be uncomfortable if I knew the truth, that she didn't want me to feel threatened by her friendship with her ex, that calling him her cousin just made everything easier. I asked if they'd been physical since we started dating. She said no, that they were just friends now, that I was the one she'd chosen to be with. I asked why Daniel had been introduced to her aunt and uncle as her boyfriend. Sarah got quiet, said that had happened last Christmas, before she and I were exclusive, that technically at that point she and Daniel were trying to figure out if they could make things work again. I pointed out that we'd started dating in September, that Christmas was 3 months into our relationship, that we'd definitely been exclusive by then. Sarah said the timeline was complicated, that she and Daniel had this long history, that ending things completely had taken time, that by the time I met her, she'd mostly moved on, but there had been some overlap. I asked how much overlap. She said they'd been sleeping together until February. 4 months after she and I started dating, I broke up with Sarah that night. She cried and said she'd made a mistake, that she'd been confused about her feelings, that she'd chosen me and wanted to make things work. I told her she didn't get to choose me after spending months lying about who Daniel was, after bringing her ex-boyfriend to family dinners and pretending he was her cousin while I sat there like an idiot. I haven't spoken to Sarah since. Ran into her mum at the grocery store a few months later. She apologised for the situation, said Sarah had made some poor choices, but that she'd always liked me. Said she hoped I'd find someone who treated me better. That story wraps up there. Calling your ex-boyfriend your cousin so your new partner won't feel threatened is a special kind of manipulation. Sarah spent 8 months bringing her former relationship into every family gathering, while OP believed he was just meeting a friendly relative. The overlap revelation makes it even worse because it means she was actively choosing between them while lying to both. Our next story involves someone whose boyfriend's co-worker seemed to know way too much about their private life. I started noticing something weird about 3 months ago. My boyfriend Alex has this co-worker named Mia, who he mentions occasionally. They work on the same team, sometimes grab lunch together. Normal work friend stuff. But then Mia started knowing things she shouldn't know. I'd mentioned something to Alex in private, and within days Mia would reference it. Like the time we had a huge fight about whether to get a dog. It was a private argument, in our apartment. Nobody else knew about it. 2 days later, Alex came home and said Mia had mentioned she was thinking about getting a dog, but was worried about the commitment. That she'd asked his opinion about whether relationships could handle the stress of a new pet. Another time, I told Alex I was frustrated with my job, that my boss had passed me over for a promotion I deserved, that I was considering looking for work elsewhere. It was a vulnerable conversation. I'd been upset, and Alex had been supportive. 3 days later, he mentioned that Mia had brought up job searching, that she'd asked him how someone knows when it's time to leave a position, that she'd specifically mentioned situations where you get passed over for promotions you deserve. The pattern kept happening. Private details from our relationship would somehow make their way into Mia's conversations with Alex. Our vacation plans, my sister's wedding drama, even the fact that I'd been thinking about going back to school. Every time I'd mention something to Alex, Mia would bring up the exact same topic days later. I asked Alex about it. He said it was just coincidence, that Mia was going through similar life stuff and probably related to the same issues we were dealing with. That work friends often end up discussing personal topics. But it felt like more than coincidence. The details were too specific. I started testing it. I'd tell Alex something personal and wait to see if Mia would somehow know about it. Every single time she did. I told Alex I was thinking about cutting my hair short. Within a week he mentioned Mia was considering a dramatic haircut. I told Alex I was worried about my dad's health. Days later, Mia apparently opened up about her own father's medical issues. I told Alex I'd been having nightmares about our relationship ending. Mia started talking about relationship anxiety. Finally, I asked Alex directly if he'd been sharing details about our private conversations with Mia. He got defensive, said I was being paranoid, that he and Mia were just friends who talked about life, that it was normal to discuss relationship stuff with co-workers. I asked him to show me their messages. Alex hesitated, said that would be violating Mia's privacy. that she trusted him to keep their conversations confidential. The fact that he was more concerned about Mia's privacy than addressing my concerns was a huge red flag. I told him I needed to see the messages, or I'd assume something inappropriate was happening. Alex finally handed over his phone. I scrolled through months of conversations with Mia. Every fight we'd had, every insecurity I'd shared, every private moment I'd thought was between us. Alex had been telling Mia everything. Verbatim quotes from our arguments, details about our sex life, things I'd told him in confidence about my family, my fears, my struggles with anxiety. All of it had been shared with Mia. When I asked why, Alex said Mia gave good advice, that he needed someone to talk to about relationship stuff, that having an outside perspective helped him be a better boyfriend. I pointed out that he'd been sharing intimate details about me without my consent, that these weren't just his stories to tell, that I'd trusted him with vulnerable information and he'd been discussing it with someone I barely knew. Alex said I was overreacting, that talking to friends about relationships was normal, that I probably discussed our relationship with my friends. Too, I explained there was a difference between general venting and sharing word for word accounts of private conversations, between asking for advice and broadcasting every detail of your partner's life to a co-worker. The worst part was reading Mia's responses. She'd been analysing me, making judgments about my behaviour, suggesting ways Alex could handle me better, treating our relationship like it was her personal psychology project. I broke up with Alex 2 weeks later. He said I was throwing away our relationship over nothing, that I was being jealous of a friendship that was completely platonic. I told him the issue wasn't whether he and Mia were physical, it was that he'd been emotionally intimate with her using details from my life without my permission. That story ends there. Finders. Knowing out your partner has been live tweeting your relationship to their co-worker is a betrayal that doesn't require physical cheating to be devastating. Alex turned their private life into entertainment for someone else, while OP believed those moments were sacred between them. The fact that Mia was analysing and advising based on intimate details makes it even more invasive. Would you like me to continue with part 12? Our next story comes from someone who realised her boyfriend's gym routine included more than just workouts. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I started dating Sarah about 18 months ago. She was into fitness and spent a lot of time at the gym, which I thought was great. She was healthy, had goals, seemed really dedicated to taking care of herself. I'd never been the jealous type, and I trusted her completely. About 6 months into our relationship, Sarah started mentioning this guy, Marcus, from her gym. At first it was just casual stuff. Marcus showed her a new deadlift technique. Marcus recommended a protein powder. Marcus suggested she try a different training split. I didn't think much of it because Sarah had lots of friends at the gym. She'd been going to the same PLE, ACE, for years before we met. But Marcus's name started coming up more frequently. Sarah would mention that Marcus spotted her on bench press, that Marcus gave her advice about her form, that Marcus was helping her prep for a fitness competition she wanted to enter. When I suggested maybe I could come to the gym with her sometime, Sarah said she preferred working out alone because it helped her focus. Fair enough. I wasn't trying to intrude on her routine. Then one night, Sarah came home from the gym later than usual. She seemed distracted and kept checking her phone during dinner. When I asked if everything was okay, she said Marcus had been giving her nutrition advice and she was trying to calculate her macros. I noticed she was texting someone pretty frequently over the next few weeks, ways while I was in another room or when she thought I wasn't paying attention. When I'd walk into the room, she'd quickly close whatever she was looking at. One Saturday morning, Sarah said she was meeting Marcus at the gym early because they wanted to train together before it got crowded. She left at 6 in the morning and didn't come back until almost noon. When she got home, she seemed energized in a way that felt different from her usual post-workout mood. I started paying more attention to how much Sarah talked about Marcus. It was constant. Marcus thought she should increase her protein intake. Marcus said her squat depth was improving. Marcus was going to help her with her competition prep. Every conversation somehow circled back to what Marcus said, or what Marcus thought. I suggest, Ed, that maybe Sarah should hire an actual trainer if she wanted professional guidance. She said Marcus was basically a trainer, and that he was helping her for free because they were friends. The way she said friends made something twist in my stomach. A few weeks later, I borrowed Sarah's laptop to check my email because my phone was dead. She'd left her messages app open. The most recent conversation was with someone named Marcus. I know I shouldn't have looked, but I did. The messages went back years, not months, years, long before Sarah and I had started dating. They weren't just discussing workout routines. There were good morning texts, late night conversations about their days, inside jokes, heart emojis, messages that read like they were from two people who were much more than gimmicky acquaintances. I scrolled back further, found messages from when Sarah and I had first started dating. Marcus asking her about the new guy she was seeing. Sarah telling Marcus that things were going well, but that she wasn't sure where it was headed. Marcus saying he'd always be there for her no matter what. I kept scrolling, found messages from our 6-month anniversary. Sarah had told me she was at the gym that evening, but the messages showed she'd been at Marcus's apartment. They'd ordered takeout, watched a movie. The texts from later that night were pretty explicit about what else had happened. My hands were shaking as I read through months of messages. Every time Sarah had said she was at the gym, I couldn't be sure anymore if that was true. Every late night workout, every early morning training session, every time Marcus's name came up in conversation. I sat there staring at the screen trying to figure out how long this had been going on. The messages made it clear that Marcus wasn't just some gym friend. He was someone Sarah had been involved with long before me, someone she'd continued being involved with throughout our entire relationship. When Sarah came home from work that evening, I asked her to sit down, showed her the laptop, asked her to explain what I'd found. Sarah's face went pale. She started crying immediately, said it wasn't what it looked like, that Marcus was just a friend who she'd had a complicated history with, that nothing physical had happened between them since we'd been together. I pointed to specific messages that proved that wasn't true. Messa, Jez from 3 months ago, from 6 weeks ago, from last Tuesday when she'd said she was doing cardio, but the texts showed she was at his place. Sarah admitted that she and Marcus had been on and off for years before I came into the picture, that they'd never officially dated but had this ongoing thing where they'd hook up periodically, that she'd tried to end it when we got serious but kept going back. She said she loved me, that what she had with Marcus was different, physical but not emotional, that it didn't mean anything compared to our relationship. I asked why she'd lied about going to the gym, why she'd let me believe Marcus was just some guy who helped her with workouts. Sarah said she knew how it would look, that I wouldn't understand that she could have feelings for me while Setie, all being physically involved with someone else, that she'd been trying to figure out how to end things with Marcus without losing him as a friend. I told Sarah that wasn't how relationships worked, that she couldn't have it both ways, that pretending Marcus was just a gym friend while sleeping with him behind my back was cheating. She got defensive, said I was being dramatic, that lots of people have complicated relationships with exes or former partners, that she'd never lied about Marcus's existence, just about the nature of their connection. I packed a bag that night and stayed with my brother, spent the next week trying to process everything I'd learned. Sarah sent dozens of messages, calling, texting, saying we needed to talk, that she'd ended things with Marcus, that she chose me. That we could work through this if I'd just give her another chance. I met with her one more time to get closure, asked how long she'd been planning to keep lying. Sarah said she hadn't been planning to lie forever, that she'd been trying to figure out the right time to come clean, that she knew it was wrong but didn't know how to stop. I asked if there were others besides Marcus. She swore there weren't, that Marcus was the only person she'd been involved with during our relationship. I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't trust anything she said anymore. The worst part was realizing how many times Sarah had looked me in the eye and lied. Every morning she left early for the gym. Every evening she came home late. Every time she mentioned Marcus casually, like he was just some helpful acquaintance. She'd been living a double life and making it seem completely normal. That story ends there. Turning your affair partner into your gym buddy and then casually name-dropping him during dinner is a special kind of manipulation. Sarah spent 18 months lying so smoothly that OP never questioned the constant Marcus updates. The fact that she tried to frame it as a complicated friendship rather than straight-up cheating shows how far some people will go to avoid accountability. Moving on to someone who discovered their partner's secret device. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. I'd been dating Tom for about 2 years. We didn't live together, but spent most nights at each other's places, had keys to each other's apartments, used each other's cars occasionally. Pretty, standard, serious relationship stuff. Last month, Tom asked if I could grab his gym bag from his car before he got home from work. He'd forgotten it that morning and wanted to hit the gym after dinner. I took his keys and went out to his car, opened the trunk, found the gym bag right where he said it would be. But when I moved the bag, I saw something underneath, a phone. Not Tom's regular phone because that was with him at work. This was a different phone. Older model, in a plain black case. I picked it up. It was off. Which seems strange because why would you keep a dead phone hidden in your trunk? I brought the gym bag inside and sat there staring at this second phone, trying to figure out what legitimate reason Tom would have for keeping it. Maybe it was an old backup phone. Maybe he .tit for emergencies. Maybe he used it for work stuff and forgot it was in his car. I knew I shouldn't turn it on. That it was an invasion of privacy. That there was probably a reasonable explanation. But something felt wrong about finding a hidden phone. I pressed the power button. The phone turned on. It wasn't dead, just on silent. No lock screen password. The home screen showed a bunch of unread messages, all from someone named Lena. I opened the messages. My stomach dropped. They went back months. Texts from Lena asking when Tom could come over. Tom responding that he'd be there after I fell asleep. Lena sending photos I definitely shouldn't have seen. Tom responding with photos I wish I'd never seen. Messages about their plans, about what they did last time, about how much they miss each other. I scrolled through months of conversations, found messages from nights Tom had said he was working late, from weekends he'd said he was helping his brother move, from the week he'd told me he was on a business trip, but apparently was actually with Lena. There were hundreds of messages, thousands. This wasn't a recent thing. This had been going on for most of our relationship. I sat on the couch holding this phone, feeling like my entire life had been a lie. Tom got home an hour later, found me sitting there with the second phone in my lap. His face went completely white. He tried to play dumb at first, asked where I'd found that, said it was an old phone he'd forgotten about. But when I showed him the messages from this morning, from yesterday, from 3 days ago, he couldn't remember. Keep lying. Tom admitted he'd been seeing Lena for about 18 months, that they'd met through work, that it started as just a physical thing, but had become more complicated, that he'd bought the second phone specifically to communicate with her, without me finding out. I asked why he'd kept it in his car instead of somewhere more hidden. Tom said his car felt safer than keeping it in his apartment, where I might accidentally find it, that he'd been careful to never let me see it, that leaving it in the trunk had seemed like the best option. I asked if Lena knew about me. Tom said yes, that she knew he had a girlfriend, but that they'd agreed it didn't matter, that what they had was separate from what he and I had, that one relationship didn't affect the other. I asked how many times he's lied about where he was going. Tom said he didn't know, that he'd lost count, that it had become so routine to make up excuses that he didn't even think about it anymore. I asked if he'd been planning to ever tell me. Tom said he didn't know, that he'd been trying to figure out what to do, that he cared about me, but also had feelings for Lena, that he'd been hoping he could figure out a way to have both relationships without hurting anyone. I told Tom to get out. He tried to argue, said we should talk about this, that we could work through it, that throwing away 3 years over one mistake would be crazy. I reminded him this wasn't one mistake. This was 18 months of deliberate lying, hundreds of conscious decisions to betray me. Tom finally left, took the second phone with him. I sat in that apartment alone trying to process what had just happened, trying to figure out how I'd missed something so obvious for so long. That story ends there. Finding a burner phone in someone's car is like discovering a whole parallel universe they've been maintaining behind your back. 18 months of systematic deception isn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. It's a sustained double life that required constant effort to maintain. A fact that he tried to frame having 2 relationships as somehow compatible shows how far gone his sense of reality had become. Our next story comes from someone whose best friend finally broke the silence that had been eating at her for weeks. My best friend tried to warn me about my fiancée. Rachel and I have been close since college. We tell each other everything, or at least I thought we did. I got engaged to Josh about 6 months ago. The proposal was perfect. My family loved him. Rachel seemed happy for us at first. She helped me look at venues, gave opinions on dress styles, was involved in all the early wedding planning. Then about 2 months before the wedding, Rachel started acting weird. She'd get quiet when I talked about Josh, would change the subject when I brought up wedding details, started declining invitations to things if Josh was going to be there. I asked her multiple times if something was wrong. Rachel always said no, that she was just stressed about work, that she was happy for me, that everything was fine. But I could tell something was off. A week before the wedding, Rachel called me late at night, said she needed to talk to me in person, that it was important, that it couldn't wait. We met at a coffee shop the next morning. Rachel looked like she hadn't slept. She sat down across from me and said she had something to tell me. Something she should have told me weeks ago, but hadn't known how. Rachel said she'd seen Josh with another woman, that it was about a month before the wedding, that they were at a restaurant downtown together, that they weren't just having a casual meal, that Josh had his hand on her leg under the table, that they were kissing when they thought no one was watching. I asked Rachel why she was just telling me this now, why she'd waited weeks if she'd really seen what Shatsieh he claimed she saw. Rachel started crying, said she'd been trying to figure out the right way to tell me, that she didn't want to ruin my wedding over something that might have been innocent, that she'd been hoping she'd misread the situation, but the closer it got to the wedding, the more she realised she couldn't let me marry Josh without knowing what she'd seen. I asked if she was sure it was Josh, if there was any chance she'd been mistaken. Rachel showed me photos on her phone. She'd taken them that night at the restaurant. There was Josh, clear as day, with a woman I'd never seen before, his hand on her thigh, their faces close together. Another photo of them kissing outside the restaurant. I felt sick looking at those images. Rachel said she was sorry, that she should have told me immediately, that she'd been a terrible friend by waiting so long, that she'd understand if I hated her. I called Josh from the coffee shop. He answered on the second ring. I asked him where he was. He said he was at work. I asked if he had anything he wanted to tell me. Josh said no. Asked why I was asking. Sounded confused. I sent him the photos Rachel had taken. Heard the silence on the other end of the line. Josh tried to explain. Said it wasn't what it looked like. That the woman was a co-worker. That they'd just been having dinner to discuss a work project. That the photos were taken from an angle that made things look worse than they were. I asked him to explain the kissing photo. Josh got quiet, then admitted he'd made a mistake, that he'd had too much to drink that night, that nothing else had happened, that it was one kiss and he'd regretted it immediately. I asked how long he'd been seeing this co-worker. Josh insisted he wasn't seeing her, that it had been one dinner, one mistake, that he loved me and wanted to marry me. I hung up on him. Rachel sat across from me, looking miserable. She said she was sorry again, that she should have told me sooner, that she'd been scared of losing our friendship. I told Rachel I wasn't mad at her, that she'd done the right thing by telling me, that I was grateful she'd found the courage to say something before I married him. I called off the wedding that afternoon, sent messages to the vendors, told my family what had happened, dealt with the logistics of cancelling everything we'd planned. Josh kept calling, kept texting, kept insisting it was one mistake, that we could get past this, that calling off the wedding was an overreaction, but I couldn't marry someone who'd cheat on me a month before our wedding, who'd lie about it when confronted, who'd tried to gaslight me about what was clearly happening in those photos. Rachel apologised probably 50 times over the next few weeks, said she should have told me immediately, that waiting had been selfish, that she'd never forgive herself for almost letting me marry him without knowing. But honestly, I was just grateful she told me at all. A lot of friends would have stayed silent, would have convinced themselves it wasn't their business, would have let me walk down the aisle to someone who was already cheating. Rachel had risked our entire friendship to make sure I knew the truth. That took real courage. That story wraps up there. Having a friend brave enough to show you proof of cheating right before your wedding is both devastating and invaluable. Rachel struggled with the decision for weeks because she knew telling the truth would blow up everything, but staying silent would have been worse. Real friendship sometimes means being the bearer of terrible news, even when it costs you. Let's move to someone who discovered their girlfriend's cousin wasn't actually family at all. The man my girlfriend called her cousin wasn't family. I'd been dating Emma for about a year. She had this cousin Daniel, who she was really close with. They'd grown up together, spent holidays together, talked on the phone constantly. Daniel was around a lot. He'd show up at Emma's apartment to watch movies. They'd go out to dinner, just the two of them, would text each other constantly throughout the day. I thought it was nice that Emma was so close with her family. My own cousins and I barely spoke, so seeing her maintain such a strong relationship with Daniel seemed sweet. A little unusual maybe, but sweet. Emma's birthday was in March. Her family threw a big party at her parents' house. All her relatives were there. Aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents. Daniel was there too, acting like he always did around Emma. Comfortable, familiar, like they'd known each other forever. I was talking to Emma's aunt Linda at the party, making small talk about family. Linda mentioned how nice it was that Emma and I had found each other, that Emma deserved to be happy after everything with her last relationship. I asked what she meant. Linda looked confused, said she was talking about Daniel, about their breakup last year. I thought I'd misheard. I said Daniel was Emma's cousin. Linda laughed, said no, Daniel wasn't related to them at all, that he and Emma had dated for 3 years, that they'd broken up about 8 months before Emma and I started dating, that the whole family had been sad when they split because everyone loved Daniel. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. I found Emma in the kitchen, asked her to step outside with me, asked her directly if Daniel was actually her cousin or her ex-boyfriend. Emma's face went white. She tried to laugh it off, said Linda must have been confused, that Daniel was definitely her cousin. But when I told her exactly what Linda had said, Emma couldn't keep lying. She admitted Daniel was her ex, that they'd dated for years, that they'd broken up before she met me, that she'd kept calling him her cousin because she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable about them staying close. I asked why she'd lied about something so fundamental, why she'd let me believe Daniel was family for an entire year. Emma said she hadn't meant for the lie to go on so long, that she'd planned to tell me the truth eventually, that she'd been scared I'd ask her to stop being friends with Daniel if I knew they used to date. I asked if anything physical had happened between them since we started dating. Emma swore it hadn't, that they were just friends now, that their relationship was completely platonic, but I couldn't believe her. She'd already lied about who Daniel was for a year. How was I supposed to trust anything else she said about their relationship? I asked Emma how many times they'd been alone together while she was telling me he was her cousin. She said she didn't know. that they hung out all the time, that it had never felt wrong because from her perspective, they really were just friends. I broke up with Emma that night. She tried to convince me to stay, said she'd stop seeing Daniel if that's what I needed, that the lie had been stupid, but that our relationship was real, that she loved me. But the trust was gone. She'd looked me in the eye hundreds of times and called Daniel her cousin, had let me believe a completely false narrative about their relationship, had brought him around constantly while maintaining this elaborate deception. I couldn't get past that level of dishonesty. That story's over. Rebranding your ex-boyfriend as your cousin so you can keep hanging out with him constantly is next-level deception. The fact that she maintained this lie for an entire year while they spent time alone together regularly shows it was deliberate strategy, not a small omission. When someone's willing to lie about something that fundamental, you have to question everything else they've told you. Our next story involves someone who realised their boyfriend's co-worker knew way too much about their private life. My boyfriend's co-worker knew way too much about us. I'd been with Alex for about 2 years. He worked at a marketing firm downtown, had mentioned his co-workers occasionally, but I'd never met any of them. Then one night, Alex invited me to a company happy hour, said it would be casual, that I'd finally get to meet the people he worked with every day. We got to the bar around 6. Alex introduced me to various co-workers. Everyone seemed nice enough. Then this woman named Mia came over. Alex introduced her as someone from his department. Mia shook my hand and immediately started talking like we were old friends. She mentioned the argument Alex and I had about vacation planning, said she understood my perspective, that Alex could be stubborn about travel decisions. I was confused about how Mia knew we'd had that argument. It had happened in our apartment, just between Alex and me. I'd never mentioned it to anyone. Mia kept talking, brought up the issue we'd been having with our landlord, the problem with Alex's car needing repairs, even mentioned the fight we'd had last week about his mother visiting. Every detail was accurate, things I definitely hadn't shared publicly, things that had happened in private conversations between Alex and me. I pulled Alex aside and asked how Mia knew so much about our personal life. Alex looked uncomfortable, said he must have mentioned some things at work, that co-workers talk about their lives, that it wasn't a big deal. But this wasn't just general information. Mia knew specific details about specific fights, knew things I'd said word for word during arguments, knew our plans, our problems, our private moments. Later that night, I asked Alex directly how much he'd been telling Mia about us. Alex admitted they'd become close work friends, that they talked a lot during the day, that he'd been venting to her about relationship stuff. I asked why he'd been sharing such intimate details of our relationship with someone I'd never met. Why Mia knew things about our fights that even my best friends didn't know. Alex said he hadn't realised how much he'd been sharing, that talking to Mia had just felt easy, that she was a good listener, that he didn't think it was a problem. I asked if anything physical had ever happened between them. Alex swore it hadn't, that Mia was just a friend, that I was overreacting about normal workplace friendship. IPS, but the way Mia had talked to me at that bar wasn't normal. She'd known too much, had been too familiar, had referenced private moments like she'd been part of them. I started paying more attention to Alex's phone. Noticed he texted Mia constantly, throughout the day, late at night, first thing in the morning. The texts weren't explicitly inappropriate, but the frequency was. The intimacy was. He was sharing our entire relationship with her in real time. When I confronted Alex about the constant communication, he got defensive, said I was being controlling, that he was allowed to have friends, that texting a co-worker wasn't cheating, but it felt like cheating. Not physical cheating maybe, but emotional cheating. He was giving Mia access to parts of our relationship that should have been, and private, was seeking emotional support from her instead of from me. I broke up with Alex 3 months later, not because of one specific thing, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that Mia knew more about my own relationship than I did, that she was more involved in Alex's emotional life than I was. that I was competing with her for his attention and losing. That story concludes there. Sharing your entire relationship with someone else, creating this secret emotional space where a third person knows everything about your private life. The texting frequency alone tells you everything you need to know. When someone's messaging a co-worker more than their actual partner, the relationship is already over. It just takes one person time to admit it. Moving on to someone who discovered their girlfriend's workout buddy was doing more than spotting. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I should have trusted my gut the first time Sarah mentioned Marcus. She joined this new gym about 6 months ago. Started going every morning before work. She'd come home energized, talking about her workouts, about the people she'd met, about this guy, Marcus, who'd been helping her with form. I thought it was great at first. Sarah had been wanting to get more serious about fitness. Having someone experienced to guide her seemed helpful. She'd mention Marcus casually, say he'd shown her a new exercise, or corrected her squat form, normal gym stuff. Then she started staying longer. Her 1-hour morning workouts became 90 minutes, then 2 hours. When I asked why she was spending so much time there, Sarah said she was really getting into it. That Marcus had helped her set new goals, that she wanted to maximize her progress. The name Marcus came up more frequently. Marcus said this about nutrition. Marcus recommended that supplement. Marcus thinks she should try this workout split. Every conversation somehow circled back to what Marcus thought or suggested. I asked if I could meet him. Maybe come to the gym sometime and get some tips myself. Sarah said the gym was her thing, her space, that she needed something separate from our relationship, that having me there would change the dynamic. Red flag I should have caught. One morning I woke up early, couldn't fall back asleep, decided to surprise Sarah by showing up at her gym with coffee. Thought it would be a nice gesture. When I walked in, I saw her immediately. She was at the squat rack with a guy I assumed was Marcus. He was standing behind her, hands on her hips, adjusting her position. The touch lasted longer than necessary. His hands moved to her lower back. She was laughing, comfortable, familiar. I stood there watching. They finished the set. Marcus's hand stayed on her waist while they talked. Sarah touched his arm, leaned in close to hear something he said. The body language was intimate. Not trainer and client, not gym friends, something more. I left before she saw me, went home, waited for her to get back. When Sarah came through the door, I asked directly about Marcus, who he was, what their relationship actually involved. Sarah got defensive immediately, said Marcus was just a friend, that I was being paranoid, that gym people are naturally touchy because they're helping with form, that I was reading too much into normal workout partnership behaviour. I described what I'd seen, the hand on her waist, her touching his arm, the way they stood too close. Sarah said I was being controlling, that she was allowed to have friends, that just because Marcus was a guy didn't mean anything inappropriate was happening. I asked to see her phone. Sarah refused, said that was crossing a line, that relationships need trust, that demanding to see her phone proved I didn't trust her, which made me more suspicious. Why refuse if there's nothing to hide? I waited until Sarah was in the shower, picked up her phone. She'd changed her passcode. She'd been using the same 4 digits for years. Now it was different. When Sarah came out, I asked why she'd Jed it. She said she'd been meaning to update her security, that it had nothing to do with me or Marcus, that she was allowed to have privacy. The deflection, the defensiveness, the changed passcode, all confirmed something was wrong. I started paying attention to patterns. Sarah's gym schedule became irregular. Some mornings she'd leave at the usual time. Other days she'd go later, or come home and leave again saying she forgot something. Her phone was always face down now, always on silent. She'd take it with her to the bathroom, to the kitchen, never left it unattended where I might see a notification. I checked our phone bill online, found Sarah's number, looked at the call and text logs. There was one number she contacted constantly, multiple times every day, calls that lasted 30 minutes, 40 minutes, hour-long conversations. Late at night, after I'd gone to bed. Early in the morning before I woke up. I called the number from a blocked line. A man answered. "Hey babe," like he was expecting someone specific. I hung up, knew it had to be Marcus, confronted Sarah that night, showed her the phone records, asked her to explain why she was talking to Marcus for hours every day, why he answered the phone calling someone babe. Sarah broke down, admitted they'd become close, that Marcus understood her in ways I didn't, that they'd developed feelings, but swore nothing physical had happened. Said it was just emotional, just talking, just friendship that maybe crossed some lines. I asked how long. Sarah said 3 months, 3 months of intimate daily contact, 3 months of emotional investment in someone else, while lying to me about the nature of their relationship. I asked if she wanted to be with him. Sarah said she didn't know, that she was confused, that she loved me but also had feelings for Marcus, that she needed time to figure out what she wanted. I told her she didn't get time, that the relationship was over, that I wasn't going to wait around while she decided between me and her gym boyfriend. Sarah tried to backtrack, said she chose me, that she'd stop talking to Marcus, that she'd switch gyms, that we could work through this, but I'd already made my decision. The lies, the secret relationship, the hours of intimate conversation while pretending everything was fine between us. That's not something you come back from. I found out later from a mutual friend that Sarah and Marcus had actually been seeing each other for over a year, that they dated before Sarah and I got together, that Marcus was the reason her previous relationship ended, that when she joined that gym it wasn't random, she knew he worked out there, knew he'd be there. The whole thing was planned from the beginning. That story ends there. A year of lying while claiming it was just gym friendship. The phone records don't lie when someone's having hour-long conversations late at night with their so-called spotter. Once you find out they had history before you even started dating, you realise the entire relationship was built on deception. Here's a story about someone who found evidence their boyfriend was living a double life. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. We'd been together for 2 years, living together for 8 months. I thought things were solid, normal relationship problems, normal stress, nothing that seemed like a red flag for what I eventually discovered. It started with something small. I needed to grab something from Derek's car. He was in the shower, his keys were on the counter. I went out to get the gym bag he'd left in the trunk. When I opened the trunk, I saw a phone wedged between some boxes. Not his regular phone, a different one, older model. I picked it up, turned it on. It wasn't password protected, opened straight to the home screen. The messaging app had hundreds of unread texts, all from someone named Lena. I opened the thread, started reading. Immediately wished I hadn't. The messages were intimate, personal, romantic. Lena talking about missing Derek, about when they'd see each other next, about plans they'd made, references to inside jokes, to places they'd been together. The texts went back months, regular daily contact, good morning messages, good night messages, conversations about their days, about problems at work, about family stuff. It read like messages between people in a serious relationship. I scrolled back further, found messages from over a year ago, before Derek and I moved in together. Lena talking about Derek coming over, about spending weekends together, about meeting his parents. My hands were shaking. I kept reading, found messages from the previous week. Lena saying she loved him, Derek saying it back, making plans to see that same weekend. The weekend Derek told me he was visiting his brother. I heard the shower turn off inside, put the phone back exactly where I found it, grabbed the gym bag, went back inside. Derek came out of the bathroom, asked if I'd found what I needed. I said yes, acted normal, waited. That night after Derek fell asleep, I went back out to his car, got the phone again, took it inside, spent 3 hours reading through everything. The full history of Derek's relationship with Lena. They'd been together for 3 years, 3 years. Started before Derek and I met. Continued throughout our entire relationship. Lena's messages made it clear she thought she was Derek's girlfriend. His only girlfriend. She referenced their anniversary. Talked about future plans. About moving into Gethies. Eventually. About meeting more of his family. She had no idea I existed. I found photos Derek had sent her. Pictures of himself. Pictures of places he'd been. None included me. Even when we'd been on trips together, he'd somehow taken separate photos to send her, carefully cropping me out of his life. The phone records showed constant contact. Derek would text her while sitting next to me on the couch, while we were having dinner, while we were watching movies together. He'd excuse himself to the bathroom and call her. I found calendar entries, dates Derek had marked for seeing Lena. Weekends he'd told me he had work trips or family obligations. All lies, all time spent with her. I confronted Derek the next morning, put both phones on the table, his regular one and the hidden one, asked him to explain. Derek's face went white. He tried to say the phone belonged to a friend, that he was holding it for someone. When I pointed out all the messages were from him to Lena, he couldn't maintain the story. Derek admitted he'd been seeing Lena, but tried to minimize it, said it wasn't serious, that he'd been trying to end things, that he loved me and wanted to be with me. I asked how long. Derek said 2 years. I corrected him, said I'd read the messages, that it had been 3 years, that he'd been with her before me, during us, the entire time. Derek broke down, said he'd made a mistake early on, that he'd started dating both of us, that it got complicated, that he didn't know how to end things with either of us without hurting someone. So he just kept both relationships going. He kept us separate, kept lying. I asked if Lena knew about me. Derek said no, that he'd kept us completely compartmentalized, that neither of us had any idea the other existed. I told Derek to get out, that I was done, that he could go be with Lena since he'd clearly invested 3 years into that relationship. Derek tried to argue, said he chose me, that he'd end things with Lena today, that we could work through this. I said no, that you can't work through 3 years of systematic lying, 3 years of living a complete double life. Derek moved out that week. I later contacted Lena through the phone, told her everything, sent her screenshots of Derek's messages to me, photos of us together, proof of our relationship. Lena was devastated. She'd had no idea, thought Derek was faithful, though they were building a future together. She ended things with him too. Derek lost both relationships in the same week, all because he couldn't figure out how to be honest with either of us. That story is over. The level of planning required to maintain 2 completely separate relationships for 3 years is honestly terrifying. Derek wasn't just lying occasionally. He was living 2 entirely different lives, with military precision. The calendar coordination, the separate phone, the carefully cropped photos. That's a level of deception that takes real effort to sustain. And the fact that both women ended things shows that sometimes the trash takes itself out. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I started dating Emma about 2 years ago, and everything seemed pretty normal at first. She was into fitness and went to the gym almost every day. I wasn't really a gym person myself, but I was supportive of her routine and health goals. About 6 months into our relationship, Emma started mentioning this guy named Marcus. She said he was her spotter at the gym and that they'd talk between sets sometimes. I didn't think much of it because the gym is a social place and people make friends there all the time. Emma would mention Marcus occasionally, how he'd helped her with her deadlift form, how he'd recommended a new protein powder, how they'd grabbed smoothies after a workout. It all seemed innocent enough, and I trusted Emma completely. She'd never given me any reason not to. Then Emma started going to the gym more often. She'd always gone regularly, but now it was twice a day sometimes. Early morning sessions before work, and then again in the evening. When I asked about the increased frequency, Emma said she was training for a fitness competition and needed to put in extra hours. I believed her because she did look amazing and seemed genuinely passionate about her training. Marcus's name started coming up more frequently too. Emma would talk about their training sessions together, how he was helping her prepare for the competition, how supportive he was being. I started to feel a little weird about how much time they were spending together, but I didn't want to be that jealous boyfriend who couldn't handle his girlfriend having male friends. One night, Emma left her phone on the coffee table while she was in the shower. It buzzed with a text notification, and I glanced over automatically. The preview showed it was from Marcus. The message said something like, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow morning. Miss you already." That seemed like an odd thing for a gym friend to say. I knew I shouldn't, but I picked up her phone and opened the message thread. What I found made my stomach drop. There were thousands of messages between Emma and Marcus going back over a year. Way longer than Emma had been mentioning him to me. The early messages were flirty, but could maybe be explained as friendly banter. But as I scrolled, the messages got more intimate. They talked about missing each other, about stolen moments together, about how complicated the situation was. I kept reading and pieced together what had actually been happening. Marcus wasn't just some gym friend Emma had met 6 months ago. They'd been involved for over a year before she'd even mentioned his name to me. They had history that went back before Emma and I had started dating. According to the messages, they'd been seeing each other on and off for 3 years. They'd have intense periods together and then drift apart, then reconnect again. From what I could tell, Emma and Marcus had been in one of their apart phases when she and I started dating. But they'd reconnected about a year into my relationship with Emma. That's when she'd started mentioning him to me. Not because she was being transparent, but because they were seeing each other again, and she needed an excuse for why his name might come up. The gym story was partially true. They did work out together, but they were also meeting up outside the gym. Late-night meetups at his apartment. Weekend trips that Emma had told me were fitness seminars or competitions. The competition she was supposedly training for didn't exist. It was just cover for spending more time with Marcus. I found photos they'd sent each other. Intimate photos that made it clear they were way more than friends. Messages about how they wished they could be together openly, how they hated sneaking around. But also messages where they talked about the thrill of keeping things secret, like this was all some exciting game to them. Emma came out of the bathroom and saw me sitting there with her phone. Her face went pale immediately. She knew exactly what I'd found. Emma tried to explain. Said Marcus was someone from her past, that she'd tried to end things with him when we started dating but couldn't completely let go, that she'd been planning to choose between us, that she loved me but had unresolved feelings for him. I asked how long they'd been seeing each other during our relationship. Emma admitted it had been about a year, that they'd reconnected after we'd had a fight about something stupid, that it started as just talking but escalated, that she'd been trying to figure out what she wanted. I asked about all the time she'd been spending at the gym. Emma said some of it was real workouts, but a lot of the time she'd been with Marcus, using the gym as an alibi. The most insulting part was how Emma had made me feel crazy for even slightly questioning her friendship with Marcus. Any time I'd expressed even mild discomfort about how much she talked about him, she'd accused me of being controlling, of not trusting her, of being insecure. She'd made me feel guilty for having totally reasonable concerns about their relationship. I asked Emma to leave that night, told her we were done, that I couldn't be with someone who'd been lying to me for a year, who'd been maintaining a whole secret relationship while making me feel bad for suspecting anything. Emma tried to argue, said she'd end things with Marcus, that she chose me, that we could work through this, but I was done. A year of systematic lying wasn't something I could just move past. The next day, I got a message from Marcus. He said Emma had told him everything, that she'd chosen to be with him, that they were sorry for how things had happened, but they wanted to finally be together, openly. I was confused because Emma had told me she'd chosen me. Apparently she'd told both of us what we wanted to hear, still trying to keep both options open. I blocked both of them. Found out later from a mutual friend that Emma and Marcus tried to make things work, but their relationship fell apart within a few months. Turns out when you build something on lies and sneaking around, it doesn't have much foundation once everything's out in the open. The thrill they'd gotten from the secret affair disappeared when they tried to have a normal relationship. That story wraps up there. Emma spent a year juggling 2 relationships and making her actual boyfriend feel paranoid for noticing something was off. The whole gym friend cover story was almost impressive in how simple and believable it was. Almost. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. I'd been dating Derek for about 3 years and we'd recently moved in together. Everything seemed great between us. We rarely fought. We had similar life goals. We were talking about getting engaged soon. Then one day, Derek asked me to grab his insurance paperwork from his car because he needed it for an appointment. I went out to his car and opened the glove compartment to look for the documents. That's when I found a second phone. It was an older iPhone model tucked behind the registration papers. I was confused at first because Derek's regular phone was a newer Samsung that he carried with him everywhere. I figured maybe this was an old phone he'd forgotten about or was keeping as a backup, but when I picked it up, the screen lit up. It was charged and active. There was a text notification on the lock screen from someone named Lena. The preview showed part of the message, something about missing him and asking when they could see each other again. My hands started shaking. I tried to tell myself there was probably an innocent explanation. Maybe Lena was a family friend or distant relative, but why would Derek have a completely separate phone just for one person's messages? I took the phone inside, along with the insurance papers. I confronted Derek immediately, asked him whose phone this was and why it was hidden in his car. Derek's face went completely white when he saw what I was holding. He stammered that it was an old work phone he'd forgotten to turn in, that he'd been meaning to give it back to his previous employer for months. I unlocked the phone using Derek's birth year as the passcode. It worked on the first try. The phone was full of messages between Derek and someone named Lena, thousands of them going back years. The messages were intimate and romantic. They called each other pet names, talked about their relationship, made plans to see each other, referenced inside jokes and shared memories. This wasn't some casual friendship or work contact. Derek had been in a full relationship with this person. I scrolled through weeks of messages in complete shock. Derek tried to take the phone from me, but I pulled away. He kept saying I was misunderstanding what I was seeing, that Lena was just a friend, that the messages looked worse than they were, but there was no way to misinterpret messages like, "I love you and can't wait to hold you again." The timeline made everything worse. The oldest messages I could find were from 4 years ago. That was before Derek and I had even met, which meant Derek had been with Lena first, then started dating me, and had been seeing both of us this entire time. For 3 years he'd been maintaining 2 complete relationships. The messages showed Derek had been with Lena the whole time. He'd spent holidays with her, gone on trips with her, been there for important moments in her life, all while building what I thought was a committed relationship with me. I found messages from times Derek had told me he was working late or visiting family. He'd actually been with Lena. Messages from weekends he'd said he had business trips. He'd been with her. Even messages from the day we'd signed our lease together. Later that same evening, he'd texted Lena about missing her and counting down until he could see her again. The phone was always set to silent. That's why I'd never heard it ring or buzz. Derek kept it in his car, so I'd never accidentally find it in the apartment. He'd check it during his commute, or when he went out to run errands, keeping his 2 lives completely separate. I found photos too, pictures of Derek and Lena together, at restaurants, on beaches, in what looked like her apartment. They looked like a normal happy couple in every photo, just like the photos Derek and I had together. I kept scrolling back through the messages and found ones where Lena talked about their future, about maybe moving in together someday, about how much her family loved him. She had no idea I existed. Derek had somehow managed to keep both relationships going for years without either of us knowing about the other. I confronted Derek with everything I'd found, put both phones on the table, his regular one and the hidden one, asked him to explain how this was possible. Derek broke down, admitted he'd been seeing Lena for 4 years, that he'd met me and fallen for me too, that he'd never meant for things to get so complicated, that he'd been trying to figure out how to choose between us. I asked if Lena knew about me. Derek said no, that he'd kept us completely compartmentalized, that we lived in different parts of the city and had separate friend groups, that it had been easier than he'd expected to keep both relationships going. Derek tried to say he was planning to end things with one of us eventually, that he'd been stuck because he cared about both of us, that he knew what he'd done was terrible, but he hadn't known how to fix it without hurting someone. I told Derek to get out, that I was done, that he needed to figure out his life, but I wouldn't be part of it anymore. Derek moved out that week. I later found Lena on social media and sent her a message explaining everything. I included screenshots from the phone and photos of Derek and me together. She was devastated, had no idea Derek was with anyone else, thought they were in an exclusive, committed relationship. Lena ended things with him too. Derek lost both relationships in the same week, all because he'd spent years lying instead of making an actual choice. That story ends there. The dedication it takes to maintain 2 full relationships for years is genuinely disturbing. Derek had a whole system worked out with a separate phone and carefully planned alibis, and both women had the sense to walk away once they found out. Sometimes the trash really does take itself out twice in 1 week. My best friend tried to warn me about my fiancé, but I didn't believe her until it was too late. Rachel and I had been best friends since college. We'd been through everything together, and I trusted her completely. When I started dating Josh about 4 years ago, Rachel was supportive at first. She said he seemed nice, and that she was happy for me. But about 6 months before Josh and I got engaged, Rachel started acting strange around him. She'd make excuses not to hang out when Josh was going to be there. She'd change the subject whenever I brought him up. I asked her several times if something was wrong between them, but Rachel always said everything was fine, that she was just busy with work and stressed about other things. I believed her because I didn't want to think my best friend and my boyfriend had problems with each other. Josh proposed to me 2 years into our relationship. I was thrilled and immediately called Rachel to tell her the news. She congratulated me, but her voice sounded flat, not excited the way I'd expected. When we met up to celebrate a few days later, Rachel seemed distracted and kept checking her phone. I asked if she was okay, and Rachel said she needed to talk to me about something important. Rachel told me she'd seen Josh with another woman, that it had happened a few weeks before he proposed. She said she'd been at a restaurant across town for a work dinner when she saw Josh walk in with someone. They'd been holding hands and acting like a couple. Rachel said she'd watched them for a while, trying to figure out if maybe it was innocent, like maybe the woman was a cousin or old friend, but their body language made it clear they were together. I didn't want to believe her. I got defensive and asked why she was trying to ruin my engagement. Rachel said she wasn't trying to hurt me, that she'd been debating whether to tell me for weeks, that she'd hoped maybe she'd been wrong about what she saw, but she couldn't let me marry Josh without knowing. I accused Rachel of being jealous, of not wanting me to be happy, of making up stories because she couldn't handle me moving on with my life. Rachel looked hurt but said she understood I was upset, that she'd be there for me when I was ready to hear the truth. We didn't speak for 3 months. I threw myself into wedding planning and tried to forget what Rachel had said, but her words kept echoing in my head. I'd catch myself watching Josh more carefully, noticing when he'd step outside to take phone calls, wondering who he was texting when he'd smile at his screen. I told myself I was being paranoid, that Rachel had planted seeds of doubt that weren't based on anything real. The truth came out 2 weeks before the wedding. I was using Josh's laptop to print some wedding documents when a message notification popped up. It was from someone named Ashley. The preview showed part of the message asking when they could see each other again. My stomach dropped. I opened his messages and found months of conversations with Ashley. They'd been seeing each other for over a year, since before Josh proposed to me. The messages showed they'd meet up regularly, that Josh had been lying about working late or having guys' nights out. He'd been with Ashley. There were messages about the restaurant where Rachel had seen them, about how risky it was to go somewhere so public, but Josh had wanted to take Ashley somewhere nice. I found messages from the week Josh proposed to me. He told Ashley he needed to go through with the engagement because backing out would create too many problems, but that he still wanted to be with her. I called off the wedding, told Josh I knew everything. He tried to deny it at first, said Ashley was just a friend, but I showed him the messages I'd found. Josh broke down and admitted he'd been seeing her, said he'd gotten scared about commitment and had made a terrible mistake, that he wanted to marry me and would end things with Ashley. I told him it was over, that I couldn't marry someone who'd been cheating on me for a year while planning our wedding. The hardest part was calling Rachel to apologise. I'd spent months pushing away my best friend because I didn't want to believe what she'd told me. Rachel was understanding and supportive, said she'd known I needed time to process everything, that she'd hoped she was wrong, but had felt obligated to tell me what she'd seen. Rachel helped me through the aftermath of the cancelled wedding. She was there when I had to call all the guests, when I had to return gifts, when I had to figure out how to move forward. That story is over. Rachel tried to save her friend from making the biggest mistake of her life and got accused of jealousy for her trouble. Sometimes people shoot the messenger because the message is too painful to accept. At least she had the courage to speak up, even knowing it might cost her the friendship. Let's move to a story about someone who thought their girlfriend's dedication to fitness was admirable until the trainer became a little too involved in her life. My girlfriend's gym friend wasn't just a friend. I met Sarah 3 years ago, and we'd been living together for the past year. She'd always been into fitness, hitting the gym 5 or 6 times a week. I thought it was great that she was so dedicated to staying healthy. About 8 months ago, Sarah started mentioning this guy, Marcus, who worked at her gym. She said he was helping her with her form on certain lifts and giving her advice about her training routine. I didn't think much of it at first. Having a spotter at the gym seemed pretty normal. But then Marcus started coming up in conversation more frequently. Sarah would mention that Marcus suggested this new protein powder, or that Marcus thought she should try a different workout split. Every time I'd ask about him, Sarah would say he was just a trainer at the gym who was being helpful. She'd get slightly defensive if I questioned why she was talking to him so much, saying I was being insecure about her having male friends. The first real red flag came when Sarah started staying at the gym much longer than usual. Her workouts went from an hour to 2 or 3 hours. When I'd ask what took so long, she'd say Marcus was showing her new techniques, or they'd gotten into a conversation about nutrition. Then I noticed Sarah was texting constantly on her phone, but would angle the screen away from me. If I walked into the room while she was typing, she'd quickly lock her phone or switch apps. When I mentioned it seemed like she was being secretive, Sarah got angry and accused me of not trusting her. She said she was allowed to have privacy and that I was being controlling. I tried to back off because I didn't want to be that jealous boyfriend who monitored his girlfriend's every move, but the gut feeling that something was wrong wouldn't go away. Sarah started scheduling her gym sessions at odd times, early morning before work or late evening after dinner. She'd sometimes go to the gym on her lunch break. It felt like she was finding every possible excuse to be there. One weekend, Sarah said she was going to a fitness seminar that Marcus had recommended. She'd be gone all day Saturday learning about advanced training techniques. I offered to come with her since it sounded interesting, but Sarah said it was only for serious athletes and I probably wouldn't get much out of it. That felt like a weird excuse since I'd been working out regularly for years. On the day of the seminar, I decided to swing by the gym to do my own workout. When I walked in, the front desk staff seemed surprised to see me. One of them asked if I was there to meet Sarah, which confused me since she was supposed to be at a seminar across town. I said I was just there to work out and asked if they knew anything about the fitness seminar happening that day. The girl at the desk looked confused and said there was no seminar that she knew of. She mentioned that Sarah and Marcus had both taken the day off from their usual routines. My stomach dropped. I went home and waited for Sarah to return. When she came back that evening, she was glowing and talking about everything she'd learned at the seminar. She went into detail about the speakers and the workshops. I asked which gym had hosted it, and Sarah named a facility I'd never heard of. I looked it up later and found out it didn't exist. The confrontation happened when Sarah left her phone charging in the living room and went to take a shower. I know it was wrong to look, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was lying to me. I opened her messages and found an entire thread with Marcus that went back over 2 years. 2 years! They'd been talking since before Sarah and I even met. The messages showed they had history together. They dated briefly in college and had stayed in touch ever since. The conversations weren't just about gym stuff. They were flirting, making plans to meet up, talking about their relationship. There were messages about the fake seminar. Marcus had suggested they spend the day together, and Sarah had created the cover story. There were messages about other times they'd met up when Sarah told me she was working late or having dinner with friends. I scrolled through months of conversations that showed Sarah had been maintaining this relationship with Marcus while living with me. They'd discuss our relationship problems. Sarah would complain to Marcus about arguments we'd had or things about me that annoyed her. Marcus would tell her she deserved better and that he missed being with her. When Sarah got out of the shower, I was sitting on the couch with her phone. She saw my face and knew immediately that I'd found out. Sarah tried to explain that nothing physical had happened with Marcus, that they were just friends who had history and she valued his perspective on things. But the messages clearly showed more than friendship. I read her texts about missing Marcus and wondering what would have happened if they'd stayed together. Sarah admitted they'd been meeting up regularly, but swore it was just to talk and work out together. She said Marcus understood her in ways I didn't, and that their connection was purely emotional. She claimed she'd never cheated on me physically, and that her relationship with Marcus was complicated because of their past. I asked why she'd lied about the seminar, and all the other times she'd secretly met up with Marcus. Sarah said she knew I wouldn't understand their friendship, and that it was easier to avoid the conflict. She'd been planning to eventually tell me about their history, but never found the right time. The worst part was realizing that every time Sarah had gone to the gym, I'd wondered if she was really working out or spending time with Marcus. Every late night she'd claimed was because the gym was busy. Every early morning session, she'd said, was because she wanted to beat the crowd. All of it could have been time spent with him. Sarah begged me not to leave, said she'd cut off contact with Marcus completely, and that she chose me over whatever feelings she had for him. But the trust was completely shattered. She'd spent our entire relationship maintaining this secret connection with another man while making me feel crazy for questioning her behaviour. I moved out the following week. Sarah continued to insist that I was overreacting and that their relationship had been innocent. She couldn't understand why I couldn't just accept her explanation and move forward. The gym friend, who was just a spotter, turned out to be someone Sarah had been emotionally involved with for years while pretending everything was normal between us. That story is over. 2 years of secretly maintaining a relationship with an ex while calling your boyfriend paranoid for noticing something was off is a special kind of calculated deception. The fake seminar story shows this wasn't accidental boundary crossing, but deliberate planning to hide what was really happening. Our next tale involves someone who made a disturbing discovery while looking for a phone charger in their boyfriend's car. I found a second phone hidden in my boyfriend's car. My boyfriend Jake and I had been together for about 18 months. We didn't live together, but we'd stay at each other's places several nights a week. Jake worked in sales and was always on his phone for work calls and emails. Last month I was riding with Jake to dinner when I realised my phone was about to die. I asked if he had a charger in his car, and he said to check the centre console. I opened it up and started digging around for a cable. That's when I felt something at the bottom underneath some papers and old receipts. It was another phone, a completely different phone from the one Jake always used. I pulled it out and looked at it confused. The phone was an older iPhone model with a cracked screen protector. It was turned off, or on silent because it wasn't making any noise. I held it up and asked Jake what this phone was for. He glanced over while driving and his face went completely white. He said it was an old work phone that he kept as a backup, that his company had issued it to him when he first started and he'd never bothered to turn it in when he got his newer phone. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about Jake's reaction made me suspicious. He seemed way too nervous about an old work phone. When we got to the restaurant, I asked if I could turn on the backup phone to see if it had a charger that would work with mine. Jake quickly said no, that the battery was probably dead anyway, and it wouldn't help. He took the phone from me and put it in his jacket pocket. During dinner, Jake was distracted and kept checking his watch. He said he wasn't feeling well and suggested we cut the evening short. On the drive home, Jake was quiet and tense. When he dropped me off, he said he had to go into the office early the next morning and wouldn't be able to stay over. That was unusual since it was a Friday night and we usually spent weekends together. Something felt very wrong about the whole situation. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the second phone and Jake's weird reaction. I called him around noon to see if he wanted to get lunch. Jake said he was busy with work stuff and would call me later. He never called. I texted him that evening asking if everything was okay. Jake replied that he was fine, but had a lot going on and needed some space to focus. That was the first time in our relationship he'd ever asked for space. By Sunday, I still hadn't heard from Jake. I drove to his apartment and knocked on the door. No answer. His car was in the parking lot, so I knew he was home. I called and texted saying I was outside and we needed to talk. Finally, Jake opened the door. He looked like he hadn't slept. I asked what was going on and why he'd been avoiding me since I found the phone. Jake said he'd been dealing with some personal issues and needed time to figure things out. I told him that wasn't good enough, that finding a secret phone and then having him disappear on me was a huge red flag. Jake finally admitted the phone wasn't for work. He said it was complicated and he didn't know how to explain. I told him he needed to try because otherwise I was done. Jake said the phone belonged to someone he'd been seeing before we got serious, that he'd kept it because there were photos and messages on it he didn't want to lose. He swore he hadn't been in contact with this person since we became exclusive. I asked to see the phone. Jake hesitated, but eventually pulled it out of his pocket and turned it on. The lock screen showed dozens of unread messages, all from someone named Lena. The timestamp showed messages from the past week, from the past month, from throughout our entire relationship. Jake's face fell as he realized I could see the notification previews. I grabbed the phone and started reading. The messages from Lena were asking when they could see each other again, saying she missed him, asking why he'd been distant lately. There were messages from just 2 days ago after I'd found the phone. Lena was asking if everything was okay and if they were still meeting up on Tuesday. Jake tried to take the phone back, but I held on to it and kept scrolling. I opened the messages and saw months of conversations. Jake had been seeing Lena the entire time we'd been together. The messages showed they'd meet up regularly when Jake told me he was working late or travelling for business. There were messages coordinating times and places, messages about hotels they'd stayed at, messages where Lena called Jake her boyfriend. I looked at Jake and asked how long this had been going on. He said Lena was someone he'd been seeing casually before he met me, that he'd tried to end things when we got serious, but Lena didn't want to let go. He claimed he'd been trying to figure out how to cut ties completely without hurting her. I asked if he'd been sleeping with both of us this whole time. Jake didn't answer, which told me everything. I threw the phone at him and walked out. Jake followed me to my car, begging me to let him explain that he'd made a mistake and wanted to be with me, that he'd end things with Lena immediately. I told him he'd already made his choice by keeping a secret phone and maintaining a relationship with another woman for 18 months. The backup phone excuse had been a lie. Everything had been a lie. Jake had been living a double life, and I'd had no idea until I literally stumbled onto the evidence hidden in his car. That story wraps up. Keeping a burner phone specifically to hide an entire second relationship while your girlfriend thinks you're just busy with work shows this wasn't a mistake, but a calculated system for managing two separate lives. The fact that he tried to explain it away as an old work phone until the messages proved otherwise shows he'd lie until confronted with undeniable proof. I overheard my partner's family mention another man. I was at Lisa's parents' house for Sunday dinner. We'd been together for 2 years, and her family had always been welcoming, made me feel like I was already part of their world. That night, I was helping Lisa's dad carry some boxes down from the attic, while the women finished cooking dinner. We were upstairs when I heard Lisa's mum and sister talking in the kitchen below. The old house had thin floors, and their voices carried up through the vents. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I heard Lisa's mum say something that made me freeze. She said, "I just wish she'd been honest with him from the start about Aaron." Lisa's sister replied that it was complicated, that Lisa had her reasons for keeping things separate. Lisa's mum said she understood, but that it wasn't fair to either of them, that Aaron deserved to know what was really going on, and that I deserved the truth too. I stood there holding a box of Christmas decorations, trying to process what I'd just heard. Who was Aaron? Why did Lisa's family think I deserved the truth about him? I didn't say anything during dinner. Watched Lisa interact with her family like everything was normal, laughing at her dad's jokes, helping her mum serve dessert. The whole time I was wondering who Aaron was and what Lisa had been hiding. After dinner, I told Lisa I wasn't feeling well and needed to head home early. She seemed concerned and offered to come with me, but I said I just needed to sleep it off. I spent that night searching through Lisa's social media, looking for any mention of someone named Aaron. Found him pretty quickly in her older posts, photos from 3 and 4 years ago. Lisa and a guy who was tagged as Aaron Mitchell. They looked close in the pictures, couple close. The next day, I asked Lisa directly who Aaron was. She got this look on her face like she'd been caught. Said Aaron was someone she used to date, that they'd broken up before she met me, that there was nothing to worry about. I told her I'd overheard her mum and sister talking, that it sounded like Aaron was still part of her life in some way. Lisa admitted that she and Aaron had dated for 5 years, that they'd broken up about 6 months before she and I started seeing each other, but they'd stayed in touch because they had mutual friends and similar social circles. She said she hadn't mentioned him because she didn't want me to feel threatened by an ex who was still around. I asked what her mum meant about both of us deserving the truth. Lisa got quiet, said her family had the wrong impression about her relationship with Aaron, that they thought she was still involved with him when she wasn't. I asked why her family would think that if it wasn't true. Lisa finally admitted that she'd been seeing Aaron occasionally since we started dating. Not regularly, just sometimes when they'd run into each other at group events or through mutual friends. She swore nothing physical had happened, that they'd just talk and catch up, that it was hard to completely cut someone out of your life after 5 years together. I asked if Aaron knew about me. Lisa said yes, that Aaron knew she was in a relationship. I asked if Aaron thought they were still together in some way. Lisa said it was complicated, that Aaron had been hoping they'd get back together eventually, that she'd been trying to let him down gently while also maintaining the friendship. The more questions I asked, the more the truth came out. Lisa had been telling Aaron that our relationship wasn't serious, that she was still figuring out what she wanted. She'd been meeting up with him for coffee or lunch every few weeks, letting him think there was still a chance for them while building a life with me. Her family had known about both relationships. They'd seen Lisa struggling to choose between us. Her mum's comment about honesty wasn't about telling me Aaron existed. It was about Lisa needing to actually pick one of us instead of stringing both along. I asked Lisa point blank if she wanted to be with Aaron. She said no, that she'd chosen me, but the fact that she'd been maintaining this connection with him while lying to me about it made that choice feel meaningless. If she'd really chosen me, she would have been honest about Aaron from the start, would have set clear boundaries instead of letting him think they had a future. That story ends there. Overhearing your partner's family discuss how unfair the situation is to everyone involved is a pretty clear sign you're not getting the full story. Lisa spent 2 years managing 2 relationships and letting both men believe different versions of reality. At least her mum had enough conscience to feel bad about the deception, even if she wasn't brave enough to tell the truth directly. Moving on to someone whose friend group showed their true colours through collective silence. My fiancé's friends all kept the same secret. Tyler and I had been engaged for 4 months, planning a wedding for the following spring. I'd gotten to know his friend group pretty well over the 3 years we'd been together. There were about 8 guys he'd been close with since college. They did guys' nights every few weeks, went on an annual camping trip, played in a recreational basketball league together. I'd always gotten along with Tyler's friends. They'd welcomed me into the group, included me in group dinners and parties, made me feel like I was part of their extended circle. So when Tyler's best man, Jordan, asked to meet me for coffee one afternoon, I figured it was about bachelor party planning or wedding speech coordination. Jordan seemed nervous when we sat down, kept stirring his coffee without drinking it. Finally, he said he needed to tell me something, that he'd been debating whether to say anything for weeks, but his conscience wouldn't let him stay silent anymore. Jordan said Tyler had cheated on me, that it happened about 6 months ago during their annual camping trip. Tyler had hooked up with someone they'd met at a bar near the campground. I felt like I'd been punched. Asked Jordan why he was just telling me now, why he'd waited 6 months. Jordan said he'd confronted Tyler about it the next day. Tyler had sworn it was a one-time mistake, that he'd been drunk and regretted it immediately, that he'd never do it again. Jordan said he'd believed Tyler and thought it was better not to blow up my relationship over one drunken mistake. But as the wedding got closer, Jordan said he couldn't live with himself if he let me marry Tyler without knowing the truth. I asked if anyone else in the friend group knew. Jordan admitted they all knew. All 8 of Tyler's closest friends had known for 6 months that he'd cheated on me. They'd all decided together not to tell me. I called Tyler immediately. He tried to deny it at first, said Jordan must have misunderstood something. But when I told him I knew all the details, he couldn't keep lying. Tyler admitted he'd hooked up with someone during the camping trip, said he'd been drunk and it didn't mean anything, that he'd been too ashamed to tell me and had hoped he could just move past it. I asked about his friends, all knowing. Tyler said they'd been there when it happened, that they'd seen him leave the bar with someone, that he'd told them the next day what happened. He said his friends had agreed to keep it quiet because they didn't want to ruin our relationship over one mistake. The betrayal from Tyler was devastating, but the betrayal from his entire friend group was somehow worse. These were people I'd spent countless evenings with, people who'd smiled at me and made small talk and acted like everything was normal, all while knowing Tyler had cheated on me. They'd all chosen to protect Tyler rather than give me information I deserved to have. I called off the wedding. Tyler begged me to reconsider, said he'd made one mistake and had been faithful ever since, that he wanted to marry me and would spend the rest of his life making it up to me. But I couldn't marry someone who'd lied to me for 6 months, who convinced his entire friend group to lie to me too. Jordan apologised for not telling me sooner, said he'd been torn between loyalty to his friend and doing the right thing, that he'd finally realised that letting me marry Tyler without knowing the truth would have been worse than any temporary drama from exposing the cheating. I appreciated Jordan's honesty, even though it came late. At least one person had eventually found the courage to tell me. The rest of Tyler's friends sent awkward apology texts after the wedding was called off, saying they'd been in a difficult position, that they hadn't wanted to get involved in our relationship, that they'd thought Tyler had learned his lesson. Their excuses felt hollow. They'd had 6 months to tell me, 6 months of group dinners and basketball games and casual hangouts where they'd all kept the same secret. They'd chosen Tyler's comfort over my right to know I was being lied to. That story wraps up. 8 people keeping the same secret for 6 months shows a coordinated effort to protect the cheater rather than respect the person being cheated on. At least Jordan eventually cracked under the weight of his conscience, even if it took an upcoming wedding to push him there. Friend groups that close ranks around deception aren't worth keeping. Our next story involves someone who realized their girlfriend's ex had never really become her ex. My girlfriend never stopped sharing her location with her ex. I'd been dating Morgan for about a year. Everything seemed normal. We had a healthy relationship, spent time together, communicated well, trusted each other. Morgan had mentioned her ex Noah a few times, said they dated for 2 years before breaking up about 6 months before we met. She said the breakup had been mutual, that they'd stayed friendly but weren't really in contact anymore. I started noticing something weird about 3 months into our relationship. Morgan and I would make spontaneous plans to grab dinner or see a movie. Nothing we'd discussed in advance, just spur-of-the-moment decisions to go somewhere. And Noah would somehow end up at the same place. The first time it happened, we ran into Noah at a restaurant Morgan had suggested. She seemed surprised to see him. They chatted briefly, and he left. Morgan said it was a weird coincidence, that Noah lived in the area, so it wasn't that strange to run into him occasionally. But it kept happening. We'd decide last minute to check out a new coffee shop, and Noah would be there. We'd go to a farmer's market on a random Sunday, and Noah would show up. We'd try a bar Morgan had never been to before, and Noah would walk in 20 minutes later. After the 5th or 6th time, I started to feel like these coincidences weren't random. I asked Morgan if she and Noah were still in contact, more than she'd let on. She said they'd text occasionally, but nothing serious, just friendly check-ins, that she wasn't hiding anything from me. But the pattern continued. Everywhere we went, Noah would somehow appear. One day Morgan left her phone on my coffee table while she was in the bathroom. A notification popped up from Find My Friends, showing that Noah had arrived at a location. I opened the app and saw that Morgan and Noah were sharing their locations with each other. Had been the entire time we'd been dating. When Morgan came back, I asked her about it, why she was sharing her location with her ex. Morgan said they'd set it up when they were dating, and she'd never bothered to turn it off, that it didn't mean anything. I pointed out that Noah seemed to show up everywhere we went, that the timing was too consistent to be coincidence. Morgan admitted that Noah had been using the location sharing to keep tabs on where she was, that he'd sometimes show up at places she went. She said she'd asked him to stop, but he wouldn't, that she didn't know how to make him leave her alone without causing drama. I asked why she didn't just turn off location sharing. Morgan said she'd tried, but Noah had gotten upset, that he'd accused her of trying to cut him out of her life completely, that she'd left it on to avoid conflict. I asked how long Noah had been tracking her location. Morgan said since we started dating, that he'd been showing up to places we went for months. The fact that Morgan had let this continue for so long was a huge red flag. She'd allowed her ex to essentially stalk us rather than set a clear boundary. I told Morgan she needed to turn off location sharing immediately and tell Noah to stop contacting her. Morgan said she would, but seemed hesitant. A week later, I checked and Morgan was still sharing her location with Noah. When I confronted her, she said she'd forgotten, that she'd do it right away. But she didn't. Another week passed and the location sharing was still active. Noah continued showing up places we went. I finally gave Morgan an ultimatum. Either she cut off contact with Noah completely, including location sharing, or we were done. Morgan chose to keep sharing her location with Noah, said I was being controlling and that she was allowed to maintain friendships with exes. We broke up that day. I found out later from a mutual friend that Morgan and Noah had gotten back together within a month. Apparently, they'd never really been broken up. They'd been on a break when Morgan and I started dating. The location sharing had been Noah's way of keeping tabs on her while she explored other options. That story is over. Location sharing with an ex who mysteriously appears everywhere you go isn't a friendship. It's surveillance. Morgan let her ex track her movements for a year rather than set a basic boundary. That level of entanglement doesn't happen by accident. Let's hear about someone whose partner's sibling accidentally revealed a truth that should have stayed hidden. My partner's sister congratulated the wrong person. I'd been with Emma for about 18 months. We were talking about moving in together, making plans for our future. Everything felt solid between us. Emma's family lived a few hours away, so I'd only met them a handful of times. Her sister Rachel lived in the same city as us though. We'd see Rachel occasionally at group dinners or parties. Emma and I had our 2-year anniversary coming up. I'd planned this whole thing, made reservations at the restaurant where we had our first date, bought her a necklace she'd been wanting, was going to surprise her with a weekend trip she'd mentioned wanting to take. I was excited, thought it would be a perfect celebration of our relationship. The week before our anniversary, I ran into Rachel at a coffee shop near my office. She seemed happy to see me. We chatted for a few minutes about work and weekend plans. Then Rachel said she wanted to congratulate me on the anniversary. That 2 years was a big milestone. I thanked her and said I was looking forward to celebrating with Emma. Rachel got this confused look on her face, said she thought the anniversary was with someone else. I asked what she meant. Rachel's face went pale. She said she must have gotten her dates mixed up, that she was thinking of something else, but the way she said it made it clear she'd meant exactly what she'd said. I pressed Rachel to explain what she was talking about. She tried to backtrack, said she was confused and needed to go, but I wouldn't let it drop. Finally, Rachel admitted that Emma had been seeing someone else, that Emma's family knew about both of us, that they'd thought Emma had broken things off with the other guy months ago. I felt sick. Asked Rachel who the other person was. She said his name was Chris, that Emma and Chris had been together for 3 years, that Emma had started seeing me while still with Chris, that Emma had been trying to choose between us for over a year. Rachel said Emma's family had been pushing her to make a decision, to either commit to Chris or to me, that they'd thought Emma had chosen me when she started talking about us moving in together. But apparently, Chris was still in the picture. Rachel had assumed my anniversary with Emma was actually Chris's anniversary with Emma. I called Emma immediately, asked her who Chris was. Emma got very quiet, asked where I'd heard that name. I told her I'd run into Rachel, that Rachel had accidentally revealed Emma had been seeing someone else. Emma started crying, said she'd been meaning to tell me, that things were complicated. Emma admitted she'd been with Chris for 3 years before we met, that she'd started dating me while trying to figure out if she wanted to stay with Chris, that she'd been seeing both of us for our entire relationship. She said she'd genuinely developed feelings for me but hadn't been able to let go of Chris, that she'd been trying to choose between us. I asked if Chris knew about me. Emma said yes, that Chris knew she was seeing someone else, that he'd been patient while she figured things out. I asked what Emma's family knew. She said they knew about both relationships, that they'd been frustrated with her for not making a decision, that they'd wanted her to be honest with both of us about what was happening. The fact that Emma's entire family had known she was maintaining 2 relationships, while I thought we were exclusive, was devastating. They'd all sat across from me at dinners and holiday gatherings, had made small talk and acted like everything was normal, all while knowing I was being lied to. I ended things with Emma that day. She begged me not to, said she'd been planning to break things off with Chris, that she'd chosen me, but the betrayal was too deep. She'd lied to me for 18 months, had let her family lie to me too, had built what I thought was a real relationship while keeping someone else on the side. Rachel apologised later for letting it slip, said she'd assumed I knew about Chris, that she'd thought Emma had finally been honest with both of us. I told Rachel I was grateful she'd accidentally revealed the truth, that I'd rather know than continue being lied to. That story ends there. Family members who participate in deception by staying silent are just as guilty as the person doing the lying. Rachel's accidental congratulations to the wrong boyfriend exposed 18 months of Emma playing 2 men against each other, while her whole family watched it happen. Moving to someone who stumbled onto evidence their girlfriend had a past she'd completely erased. I found wedding photos of my girlfriend with someone else. I'd been dating Andrea for about 8 months. Things were getting serious between us. We'd started talking about our future together, about what we wanted long term. Andrea had told me she'd never been married, that she'd had a few serious relationships, but had never made it down the aisle. One weekend, I was at Andrea's apartment while she was out running errands. I was looking for a book she'd mentioned lending me. checked her bookshelf in the living room, but couldn't find it. Andrea had said to check the storage closet in her spare bedroom, that she kept overflow books there. I opened the closet and started looking through boxes of books. That's when I found a photo album tucked behind some storage containers. The album was the kind you get for weddings, white leather cover with decorative details. I opened it thinking maybe it was from a family member's wedding Andrea had been in. The first page showed Andrea in a wedding dress, full white gown, veil, professional makeup, standing next to a man in a tuxedo. They were clearly the bride and groom. I flipped through more pages, photos of their ceremony, reception, first dance, cake cutting, all the traditional wedding moments. I felt confused. Andrea had specifically told me she'd never been married, had said it with conviction multiple times when we'd discussed our past relationships, but here was clear evidence of her wedding. The photos looked recent, maybe 5 or 6 years old, based on Andrea's appearance. I took pictures of several pages with my phone, wanted to have evidence of what I'd found. Then I put the album back, exactly where I'd discovered it. When Andrea came home, I asked her directly if she'd ever been married. She said no, same answer she'd always given. I showed her the photos I'd taken from the album. Andrea's face went white. She asked where I'd found those. I told her about looking for the book and finding the wedding album in her storage closet. Andrea sat down and didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, she admitted she'd been married, that the wedding had been about 6 years ago, that it had ended badly, and she didn't like to talk about it. I asked why she'd lied about it. Andrea said she didn't consider it a real marriage because it had only lasted 8 months, that the whole thing had been a mistake she'd tried to forget, that she'd told me she'd never been married because in her mind, she was trying to erase that chapter of her life. I asked who the man in the photos was. Andrea said his name was Chris, that they'd met in college and dated for 3 years before getting engaged, that the marriage had fallen apart quickly due to issues they should have addressed before the wedding, that they'd divorced and she'd moved to a new city to start over. I asked if Andrea was still in contact with Chris. She said no, that they'd cut ties completely after the divorce, that she'd wanted to leave that part of her life behind. I asked why she'd kept the wedding album if she was trying to forget the marriage. Andrea said she'd meant to throw it away, but couldn't bring herself to do it, that the photos represented a significant time in her life, even if the marriage didn't work out. The lying bothered me more than the marriage itself. I could understand having a past, having relationships that didn't work out, even having a marriage that ended quickly, but Andrea had looked me in the eye multiple times and said she'd never been married, had created a false version of her history. I asked what else Andrea had lied about. She swore the marriage was the only major thing she'd hidden, but I couldn't trust her anymore. If she could lie about something as significant as being married, what else might she be hiding? We broke up a few weeks later. The trust had been broken. Every time Andrea told me something about her past, I wondered if it was true or another edited version of reality. I couldn't build a future with someone who'd rewritten their history to make it more palatable. That story wraps up. Lying about never being married when there's a whole wedding album in your closet isn't omitting details. It's creating fiction. Andrea's logic that an 8-month marriage didn't count shows some serious mental gymnastics about what constitutes reality. Let's hear from someone who discovered their boyfriend's living situation wasn't quite what he'd described. My partner's roommate turned out to be more than a roommate. I'd been seeing Derek for about 5 months. We'd been taking things slow, not rushing into anything serious. Derek had mentioned he had a roommate named Lily, said they'd been living together for about a year, that they split rent on a 2-bedroom apartment near downtown. I'd never been to Derek's place. We always hung out at my apartment or went out to restaurants and bars. When I suggested coming over to his place, Derek would say it was messy or that his roommate had people over. Always some excuse for why my place was better. After 5 months of dating, I told Derek I wanted to see where he lived, that it felt weird that our relationship was only happening in my space. Derek seemed reluctant, but Finally agreed to have me over for dinner. Said his roommate would be out for the evening so we'd have the place to ourselves. I showed up at Derek's apartment on Saturday night, rang the doorbell, heard footsteps approaching. But when the door opened, it wasn't Derek. It was a woman I assumed was Lily. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt that looked like men's clothing, had her hair in a messy bun, looked comfortable, like she'd been relaxing at home. I introduced myself and said I was there to see Derek. Lily looked confused, asked who Derek was. I said Derek, her roommate. Lily's expression changed. She said Derek wasn't her roommate, that Derek was her boyfriend, that they'd been together for 2 years and living together for 1. I felt like the floor had dropped out, asked if she was sure we were talking about the same person. Lily called into the apartment for Derek. He appeared behind her, and his face went completely white when he saw me standing there. Lily asked Derek who I was. I said I was his girlfriend. The next 20 minutes were chaos. Lily and I both demanding explanations from Derek. Derek trying to claim there was some misunderstanding. Eventually, the truth came out. Derek had been dating both of us, living with Lily while maintaining a separate relationship with me. Derek had told Lily he worked late several nights a week. Those were the nights he'd spend at my place. He'd told her he had weekend work commitments. Those were the days he'd take me out. He'd created an elaborate schedule to keep us separate. Lily was just as shocked as I was. She'd had no idea Derek was seeing anyone else, thought they were in a committed relationship, working toward marriage. Derek had been talking to her about buying a house together while simultaneously building a relationship with me. I asked Derek how long he'd been planning to maintain both relationships. He said he hadn't been planning anything, that things had gotten complicated, that he'd developed feelings for me but couldn't figure out how to end things with Lily, that he'd been trying to choose between us. The fact that Derek had brought me to the apartment he shared with his girlfriend showed incredibly poor judgment. He'd apparently thought Lily would be out all evening, had planned to have me over and get me out before she came home. But Lily had come back early and caught him. Both Lily and I ended things with Derek that night. She told him to pack a bag and leave, that she'd figure out the apartment situation later but couldn't look at him right now. I walked out and never spoke to Derek again. I felt terrible for Lily. She'd been living with Derek, building a life with him, had no idea he was seeing someone else. At least I'd only invested 5 months. She'd invested 2 years. That story is over. Calling your living girlfriend of 2 years your roommate so you can date someone else is bold to the point of insanity. The fact that Derek thought he could actually pull off having his side piece over to the apartment he shared with his main girlfriend shows a level of arrogance that's almost impressive. If you've enjoyed this batch of stories, consider subscribing if you haven't already. Also, comment below which story you like the most. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again soon.